Okay, everyone, and welcome back after a very brief rest to the Land of Sundered Crowns. We are back on the Harashan coast in the small town of Aldwell to the south of the Dorvashi Woods. You, having faced and beaten back the vanguard of the Hungry Horde, returned to a raucous celebration at the Fox and the Hound Tavern, where you have spent the night recovering from both the battle and the celebration that followed, and a new day now dawns. Everyone who was indulging last night, go ahead and give me constitution checks. Or saves, if you have that proficiency.
Since I rolled a natural 20 during the night, can I roll with advantage this morning?
Yes. Although Wander, and I saw your message about where Wander would have been kind of spending the night, and yes, that's absolutely fine. And you would have awoken bright and early. Yeah.
When I went to bed.
That moonshine had snuck up on you. And Naira, you go ahead and roll me one as well, please. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay. So, yeah, Lorian, you are going to be up first. Uther and Naira, you are going to wake up at more or less the same time. And then somebody's going to need to go and get a shovel for Nyx.
How am I feeling, by the way, when I wake up?
Oh, pretty secondhand. Like you, Uther and Naira, you guys are both definitely like fighting pretty mean hangovers. Uther, you less so because you didn't drink quite as much. Lauren, with your 23, you are still hungover, but you're not kind of feeling it as much. You're able to just sort of power through the symptoms, even though they are definitely present. So you're craving, coffee and a fry-up, but more or less put together.
Common Thursday morning for him.
But yes, so Wander, you being up first, is there anything that you would want to do with your morning before joining the rest of the group or coming to the Fox and the Hound? Okay, in that case, Lorian, you are the first awake. What do you choose to do as you greet the morning, good sir?
Yep. He would just wake up. He slept in his armor because he did 2 days ago, and that's enough for him for the month. So, yeah, he's going to just put his eye patch on, actually tie the bandana around his left horn, and then walk out.
Okay.
He'll just go downstairs to try to get some breakfast set up for everybody else.
Okay. Yeah, you head down to the main common area. You find Zavara, seems to be a very much a staple of the room. He greets you as you enter, and is more than happy to accommodate any orders that you put in. It is again, more subdued atmosphere than you're used to seeing, and also a much emptier than you are used to seeing when you come downstairs. There's far fewer patrons than you've seen the few days previous, and looking out the windows to the front onto the market square, you definitely see that the square outside is much emptier than you have seen it since you arrived in the small settlement of Aldwell. There appears to be very, very little in the way of commerce or activity that's happening, and most of the carts that you had gotten used to seeing there over the last few days are now gone, having been removed during your travels the previous couple of days.
Yeah, probably because of the fun activities of yesterday.
But yeah, Zavara is more than happy to, as I said, to accommodate any orders that you make for breakfast. brings out a kind of goes and talks to the kitchen, and somebody comes out a few minutes later with a serving of like an urn of tea and coffee, and servings of cheese, breads, and other kind of breakfast foods.
Coffee and morning beer.
Got it.
Bear the dog.
So, Uther, Naira, the two of you are, as I said, both coming awake at more or less the same time. This process is speeded by a kind of scratching sound as Valko decides that it is time for his morning to begin.
Valco. Alright, you win this morning. And Uther will swing to his feet, snap his fingers to prestige himself, and the cologne that he thinks Naira likes, as seeing her slowly getting up. Come on, we should get ourselves a bloody dragon. They probably make one here. Gotta have some of the skin of the dragon to bit you, right?
Naira has probably tucked herself under the blankets, and if she is looking out, she's looking out with one little eye. And she's going, good morning. Would you do me a favor? Would you take Valko out and see if Zavara has any more of those wonderful potions?
What ones specifically?
I think you'll probably know. It's it'll make me feel better.
Whatever would make you feel better, certainly. And he'll make his way over. And can you roll me an insight?
So
You hear my dog, by the way?
Yeah, yeah. Valko sound effects provided by Tycho.
I guess you're wearing enough to be
Naira is shy at the moment. She's not looking at anything. She's just hoping that you're not going to see her with, looking like this.
I'll go ahead and move Valko for you.
Yes. And on the way out, I'll just say, and last night, your show, absolutely amazing. One of the best performances, if not the best I've ever seen. And I'll just smile at that, shut the door, and you'll hear on the other side, seen a few. And
then
now to try and find that drink.
Naira will spend 10 minutes ritual casting her servant, and then spend time I'm getting put together.
Okay. Yeah, Uther, when you come down, you again you actually find Zavara. You come down with Valko trotting at your heels, and you find Zavara kind of lounging. Do you want me to just go ahead and move you, by the way?
Yes, please.
Sure thing. There we go. You find Zavara kind of lounging on one of the couches in the common room, just kind of chatting with who you recognize as one of the courtesans. He looks up as you enter. My friend, good morning, good morning. Breakfast has already been served to your charming companion.
Wondrous. Look over, and there seems to be enough for me as well in the group. And then I would nod and turn back to Zavara and just say, Lady Naira needs and is looking for one of the potions. She said you would know. I believe she might have a bit of a hangover.
Ah, yes, certainly, certainly. Would you care to avail yourself of one?
You see as he pauses, do you serve bloody dragons.
Oh, yes, one of the finest for 100 miles. Also, coincidentally, the only one for 100 miles, but there you are.
You give me miles. Then I'll have one of those. That always seems to cure me.
Certainly, and would you like me to take a potion up to your room?
You see. Yes, please.
My absolute pleasure, sir. And you have to be good, doggy. And he... Oh, sorry, go on.
And with that, I would just give him a bow and turn towards Valco and walk by Lorium and just say, "Good morning, hero. Good to see you made it through the night. I'm here with the hound." And I'll just step out with the dog.
Okay. Yeah, Zavar goes... Lorium, you see Zavar go to the bar and apparently put in this order, and then he disappears on up the stairs. And a few minutes later, Naira, you hear a tent, like probably just as you're about to finish up with your ritual cast, you hear a polite kind of like tap on the door, and my lady Naira, are you decent?
Yes.
It is your most endeared fan, Zavar. May I enter?
Yes, please. That would be fine. Yes.
And yeah, he cracks the door and steps in. Has one of the small kind of has a small like little jar that you recognize as one of the potions he gave to you the first night, which he places on the bedside table next to you and just goes, "To help you start your day right. Is there anything else that you require? Your companions are already breaking their fast below."
Oh no, thank you. I really appreciate that. I will be down momentarily. If they ask, I'll probably be another 10 minutes or so.
Certainly, I am as ever at your
I will give him
service.
silver for bringing it up to me.
Well, thank you, Michelle. And he...
What, Savara?
Yes, ma'am?
How many songs did I sing last night?
Oh, well, there were your 3 starting numbers that were just house favorites, may I say. Did you stop at the 3, or would you have allowed yourself to be persuaded to keep going?
I think I stopped at 3.
Okay, yeah.
I wanted to dance.
You regrettably only availed us of your charming voice 3 times, but the stage is as ever open to you if you wish to continue.
And if I remember correctly, I did that on top of a table. Again.
Well, yes, certainly. It is a charming performance.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Certainly, my lady. And yeah, he steps out and heads back downstairs.
And then I will ask my unseen servant basically to sort of help me get ready while I finish working on a couple of things.
Okay. Wander, did you want to do anything, or like, what are you doing with your day?
He'd probably go to the Fox and the Hound just to check up on everyone, and then go do one small purchase that really doesn't have to be acted out.
Okay. What is it that you're trying to get, and where are you going for it?
He would probably go to the general store again and look for I suppose a journal of some kind, a notebook,
Okay.
like a leather-bound tome or something.
Yeah. Give me because that's not the kind of thing that a general store would necessarily have. So go ahead and give me a percentile roll, so a D100, and then call high or low.
Oh, I can do that, no problem, by low.
Okay. Yes. He actually does have a couple of what look to be like they're designed for kind of like cartography and exploration, but they would certainly serve as like journals to write in.
Awesome. I'll grab one and set it down in front of it or bird's eye or something I'll talk about. Just say, this, please.
Okay, let me just quickly double check. I think it's only like a gold or two. Yeah, he'll let you have that for 1 gold, and we don't need to fully act it out or anything.
Awesome. A gold powder, a book de chat.
Okay, yeah. So,
Fox in the Hound with them.
okay, as you actually start to like turn to leave and start to walk back, you recognize the kid Hamish. And as well as the younger person you rescued from the farm, who's also kind of like a young-ish teenager. Talis was the name that you heard him referred to as. They Talis. You see them both actually kind of following a little ways behind you. Within that sort of way of like people trying to figure out if they should ask an autograph for a celebrity kind of thing. So they're both staying a little about 30 or 40 feet back from you, but keeping up with you and obviously following you toward the Fox and the Hound as you approach.
As it gets to the Fox and the Hound, I'll just turn around and wave at them.
They both kind of stop for a moment, but then Hamish actually, you see, just gets this really big grin on his face, like elbows the other one and waves back at you and starts to move forward. But before you kind of make your entrance, Lorium and Uther, you guys have been having your breakfast, and a few minutes later, as she finishes her kind of morning things, Naira, you are able to come downstairs. Did you want to do anything before that?
I used my scroll of identify.
Ah, okay. On what?
On the collar.
Okay. Go ahead and, in addition to the identify spell, so you're going to learn a certain amount from the identify spell, but I also want to see like what conclusions you would naturally draw with your arcane learning from from what you learn from the spell. So please, go ahead and give me an Arcana check. But do it with advantage because you're using the scroll.
Okie doke.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, that definitely better. So the color as a whole, not the magic is centered around the magic of the collar is centered around this familiar shard of metal that is worked into the back of the collar, where it would be placed against the base of somebody's skull if they were to wear it. Although it would be more like a belt for you if you were to attempt to wear it.
Yes,
Given
I should be clear.
Yeah.
I would have specifically done the identify on the metal shard because I knew that from the whip. So, sorry.
No, that's cool. Well, interestingly enough, though, as your magic kind of slides over and kind of peels back the layers of the enchantments that have been woven onto this thing, the magic of this thing, unlike the whip, it seems to be a almost more complicated, more advanced kind of the enchantment that was placed on that the metal was giving to the whip. In that it is woven into the entire collar. But the collar itself, as you try and kind of categorize precisely what magical effects it would have, where, for example, you to try and wear it or where you to place it on somebody else, it on its own would have very little effect. But with your 19, based on what you've learned about the uses of certain substances and things like that in magical rituals and the like, you would estimate that this color is actually almost a component in a fairly complex enchantment ritual. So the color on its own isn't necessarily something that has a great deal of power, but it has been constructed in such a way that when used as part of a specific ritual, it could potentially have a very dramatic effect of subsuming somebody's own will. And with a 19, yeah, you know what? I would think that you would know this. The magic on it is that the ritual that put it together and everything is fairly primitive, which is why this ritual is necessary to kind of empower it. And so, rather than being an item which has a self-contained magical field, there is essentially instead a lingering spell effect that is carried by the color. So the collar itself isn't like a magical item, it is more like it kind of carries with it and makes long-lasting, potentially permanent, a spell effect that is caused by whatever ritual was used in its creation.
So, do I think that the shards always have the ability to subsume somebody's will, like, if done properly? Like, is that or do I think that any magic could be infused into them?
No, the way that the what you know about the properties of metal, like certain spell components are good for certain things. They're kind of attuned, if you like, to certain schools of magic and certain spell effects, which is why, you know, for example, you have sulfur and guano for fireball because of the particular physical properties and arcane properties of those components.
I was wondering if it was like a lodestone.
Oh, right. No, yeah, it is kind of like a specific, just the specific properties of this metal make it a very useful component for these kinds of rituals, enchantments, and spell effects.
Okie doke. Well, that's terrible. Would I know anything about the ritual, out of curiosity?
Not in, like, you would, with sufficient, like, if you found a magic circle, for example, if you studied it, you believe that you would be able to go, oh, this is probably the thing that, the ritual circle that was used, because you'd be able to kind of connect those magical dots. But just looking at the color, you can't really extrapolate enough to say confidently, this is how it was done. But yeah, you do know that the color is creating basically a lingering spell effect that is subsuming the will of whoever wears it.
Well, that's gross. Okay. And she will tuck that back into her backpack. And finish up a few things, get all nice and freshed up, and then head downstairs.
Okay. I'll go ahead and move you two.
Thank you.
And so you spent about 20-30 minutes waking up, ritually casting, and then identifying and everything. And so as you head downstairs, Nyx, you very groggily and very reluctantly, because, oh god, why is it so bright outside? Oh my god! Come to wakefulness.
This sucks. He's gonna gather up his stuff, eyes kind of downcast, gonna wrap himself in his new cloak and pull the hood all the way down and head downstairs. And as he comes down the stairs, it just looks like a floating hood.
as you put on your cloak, give me, well, given your condition, give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh no.
Okay, yeah, it's a nice cloak, comfy, sits well on your shoulders. And yeah, I will move you down as well. As you sort of shuffle down the stairs with your cloak on.
Be able to notice the spike trap and laid on the back of it.
Yep, slowly dying. He'll just come over, sit down, like hood still down. You cannot see his eyes, and he'll just like. He just looks miserable, but he's just gonna sit at the table.
Good morning, Nick.
Too much. Too much.
Lorium cast thaumaturgy. And just creates the sound of rumbling thunder in Nix's ear.
Just be so glad that it hurts to exist, or I'd fucking end you.
Samara,
Yes, my lady?
out of curiosity, do you have any more of those potions? I'd be happy to pay for it.
Oh, my, certainly. You all did indulge rather heavily last night. I shall go and fetch one for post haste. Just the one, or?
How's everybody else feeling?
I'm alright. It's your scout having a thunderous headache.
Why is everybody yelling?
Eating a piece of celery that's next just sounds horrifically loud.
Yeah, just the one, please.
Certainly, my lady. And he trots off, actually towards the kitchen, rather than to the table that you have seen him go to for some of the other substances. And he, returns a moment later with the requested item and sets like a little jar down on the table next to you with a bit of a cork stopper. Says, just a few minutes and this will fix you right up, sir. Please enjoy your breakfast. And he kind of bows himself away.
Nyx will unstopper it and flinch at the loud sound of the cork popping, and then just like down it.
At round about this time, Wanderer, you kind of walk up.
You notice that Lorium has not started eating yet.
Oh, boy, is correct.
Yeah, and as he kind of, as you walk in, I mean, would you kind of, like, when he waved back, would you just turn and walk back in, or?
No, he would stand and wait for them to approach if they do.
Okay, yeah, they kind of, like, now, having been acknowledged, Hamish kind of, like, they both spend a moment plucking up their courage, and then Hamish sort of, like, pulls the other one with him. And they move forward to meet you, and he goes, hello, sir. Wanderer, right?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. This is Talus. You saved his life yesterday, just like mine. Can we come and say and see you all?
Yes.
Right. See, told ya.
Then, just for the sake of being fun, he'll cast guidance on Talus.
Who?
A little bit of glow envelop him.
Yeah, like flinches away for a second. They're just like, thank you, sir. That's like seems like very unfamiliar with the feeling of this magic having enveloped him, and a little unsure at first, but then sort of just like wondering at it. You see him kind of like just kind of like just moving his hands and as he's trying to get used to this weird sensation of this power at his beck and call.
He'll turn to walk in.
And yeah, they both follow you in.
Can Lorium, Nyx, and Uther roll perception checks?
Sure. How long does this potion take to take effect?
3 to 5 minutes. So yeah, I mean.
About 6 years.
Hours. Nope.
Lorian will roll highest. That's
Your one eye will
Pretty
be
funny.
solved.
Then no, you probably don't. None of you well, hold on. Let's see. Yep, nope.
No.
Never mind. You don't know no.
You don't know it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, you guys see Wanderer walking in and join you at the table, and these two boys kind of hurry in after him. As they see your group gathered around the table, Hamish again sort of like elbows Talus and points you on and goes, come on, pulls him with you. Because as they approach, they seem to kind of like regain a little bit of their shyness. As he comes up and goes, good morning, everyone. Well, how are you all?
sorry. Lorian would just seeing Wander walk in, he would just be like, "Ah, there's the final member of our rambunctious group." Except, hey boys, doing fine. How are you?
Well, we're good, sir. Thanks to you. I was Talus was telling me about what happened, and I said that I knew you, and I could have him come and say thanks if he wanted to. He wanted to meet you and all.
Naira is smiling. She thinks this is adorable.
See a bang half grin from Lorian.
Next, it's
It's so good to see you again, Hamish. I'm glad you're well.
very well, thank you, miss.
And do you still have that dagger on you?
Yes, he kind of lifts up his tunic a little bit, and you see it kind of tucked into his belt. He goes, I don't go anywhere without it, just like I said.
Great. That's so good to hear, because that was a very important dagger to us, and we're glad that you're keeping it safe.
Absolutely, miss.
And Talus, it's good to see you well.
He's, oh, well, thank you, yeah. Well, my dad and my mother were well, thank you again. We don't know what we would have done if you guys hadn't shown up. Well, I mean, well, beyond, dying, I guess.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm sure that if we hadn't been there, you guys would have gotten that door open yourself, and you would have gotten out just fine.
I certainly hope so. Anyway, like I said, he said he knew you, and I just wanted to come and say thanks and see you all. Are you going to be sticking around? In the town? People aren't really sure what's going on.
Well, we aren't going to go anywhere until we know that we're leaving you in good hands.
Well, thank you. My mom will be so pleased to hear that. Bye.
Y'all
he just he's gone, and Hamish is like, no, thank you. My ma's making breakfast. Bye. And he runs off after his friend.
Bye.
I am so sorry. I sort of volunteered us for that. I apologize. But I'm happy to put it to a vote now if you guys want.
I'll just look at the other three.
Luther just shrugged. Honestly, it's kind of fun being the savior of this town, as well as this damn goblin. Not making it easy on us. That was their vanguard. Not good.
From beneath his new cloak, a furred hand comes out and just gives a thumbs up.
It'll kick in a few minutes. I promise. You'll feel right as rain.
What does the cloak look like again?
It is a made of a black material, so it's but quite fine in terms of workmanship. Like it's got a very neat little clasp across the shoulders, so that it can be secured. A hood that can be pulled all the way up to conceal the features, and it's got kind of blue accents across the shoulders and down the back and around the trim. As I said, very nicely made. And quite fine workmanship in the details. There's almost a kind of like embroidery going up along the seams.
That's a fancy new cloak you're wearing, and he'd reach out and he'd flick off the hood. He'd say, hood and hats off at the dinner table.
This is breakfast.
Same thing.
Yes, Uncle Lorium.
I think this is a stage, now that you mention it.
Yeah, her whiskers are going so fast. Oh.
When the hood comes off, it's starting to kick in now. So Nix is smiling at that, and he like his glare just like melts away into a smile of laughter.
I want to apologize. I think that I maybe had a little too much to drink last night. I will be mindful of that in future.
Nah, as long as it's at the end of the day, you guys deserve that. And once everyone else starts eating, he'll start picking at his plate.
Okay.
Oh, I'm glad I didn't embarrass myself too much.
As you're in the midst of your morning meal, Anarian does make a brief appearance coming down from upstairs and telling the rest of you that he will be spending some time in the nearby woods and countryside gathering components for several potions that he wants to create. He will, that's saying that you should be able to find him returning to the tavern no later than sundown, before heading out into Holdwell.
Lauren would just offer, let us know if you need anything, pretty much.
Okay.
And if we're running errands, I was hoping to stop by Faithful Suvold's. Wander, would you walk with me?
Oh, okay.
I mean, everybody else is welcome to join if they want.
My errands aren't done till tomorrow, so I'm free.
Oh, actually, Lorium, I had a favor to ask, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, well, now I'm not free. What's that?
Well, it's just Valco, I think. You seem like you'd be really good with dogs, or wolves, or whatever. I. It occurs to me if he's going to be following us around, especially with how much trouble we get into, I'd like him to start learning how to be a little bit more defensive, and I was wondering if you could help me with that.
Well, dealt with warhounds, but I certainly wasn't a beastmaster. Could do what I can, I suppose.
I would really appreciate it.
So you want me to fight Balco?
Well, I don't want you to hurt him. I'd like him to learn how to sort of dodge and duck away from sort of the bigger attacks or grapples.
Alright, he'll just put a hand on the maul at the side of the table and just start dragging it and be like, let's go, puppy.
Oh, you know what? I think I'm gonna go with them and just supervise. And Nyx will follow.
Naira will actually basically do a special whistle, which you see gets Valka's attention, to basically communicate he's going into sort of training mode.
Okay. Yep, you were. That was one of the tricks that you told him previously. So, yeah, he seems quite energized by the prospect and is like bouncing around you, Nyx and Lorium, kind of a set, like looking at both of you for some kind of direction as you are able to lead him outside.
When Valko's bouncing around the table, you see Lorium failing to try to hide a smile as he just pockets some meat off the table and walks away.
Okay.
Would you care to join us, Uther?
Certainly.
You guys over here. Yeah.
It'll be nice walking through the town, non-shrimp quality.
Okay, so we'll move you guys back to. So yeah, you all step out into the small settlement of Aldwell. Again, quieter than you have yet seen it during your brief stay here. Most of the wagons that you are used to seeing kind of in a relay that continuously kept the center of town fairly busy, or the center of the square fairly busy. The vast majority of them now are gone. There are what look to be a couple of stragglers around, but you actually get the impression that at least a couple of those that are left are locals that seem to be selling just like produce and things like that from the surrounding area, rather than the traveling merchants that you are used to seeing stop here. But despite all that, it is a relatively pleasant, late spring, early summer day, and you all are able to go about your various business. Nyx and Lorium, between the two of you, pick one to lead, and they can make a animal handling check with advantage.
I'll lead if that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Lorium's just going to, like, you can call commands and he'll be the big scary attacker if you'd like.
Yeah, I also figured Nyx could model dodging a little bit.
True.
Let's hope this roll goes well.
Oh wow, yeah, that's two very opposite ends of the spectrum there. Yeah, it's going to take him. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, the flavor for this, for Lorium's prospect at least, would, as Nick said, he'd like to be a model. So first, Lorium would take a spear and just slowly try to jab it at Nyx. And then, I assume, have him dodge, unless he wants to take a trigger.
No, Nyx will dodge action during all of this.
And then he would turn to Valko and slowly prod the spear to him.
Okay.
To make sure he gets out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, Valko is, you have experience with warhounds, as you said. Valko is definitely smarter than most of the animals that you have worked with before. Direwolves are known for their kind of cunning compared to most of their wild kin. And that is certainly in evidence, as between the two of you, you are able to model this behavior very, very well. And you spend about an hour kind of ducking and dodging and everything with him. And yeah, like he doesn't seem to be fully kind of prepared and on board, able to do it like on command and everything, but he's certainly starting to understand the basic principles. So a few more hours of dedicated training, and he would probably have it down.
Yeah, and every time he dodges, Lauren would just pinch off a bit of meat and toss it to him. And after like 20 minutes, he'd upgrade to the sword, and after another 20 minutes, he'd be like, okay, take the fucking maul. On the swings for the maul, he would be, if it doesn't look like Valko's gonna dodge, he would stop it.
Yeah.
And if perchance Valko ever bites back after a miss, he would give him much more meat for a treat.
Okay. Yeah, no, he during this process, he actually seems to, like, neither of you have really spent a great deal of time bonding with him up to this point. He seems to have kind of recognized you as part of his, pack, if you will, through your connection to Naira and everything like that. But now he actually seems to be growing at least a little bit of attachment to you both. He seems to recognize this as play, particularly when you actually pull short on a couple of the blows that he doesn't get out of the way of. And he becomes more and more enthusiastic and kind of just happy and playful as time goes on. Eventually, just the kind of session just devolving into essentially him just playing like a puppy. When you poke stuff at him, but he is definitely starting to understand what you're trying to teach him, and yeah, you're pretty sure based on the progress that you've made, a few more hours of training, you'd be able to get it to be something that he sort of really understood the principles of and could do on command.
Next, do an insight check.
An
And
insight
see what
check?
you were going to say, yeah.
What I was going to say was, hold on. I was going to say that if it looks like he's getting it, Nyx will actually join in and kind of act as a second combatant for him, giving him two people to dodge from.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. And like he's very fast on his feet. Nice. So yeah, as the two of you kind of circle and like jump around him and everything, he is doing a very good job of staying away from you and then ducking and dodging away. The two of you kind of like just essentially play and train him. And yeah, eventually it does just evolve into kind of the two of you just wrestling with this very large wolf pup. But yeah, you're pretty sure that you've made good progress with him on it. And so now, yes, a 25 on his insight. Lorian.
You would see that Lorem at the beginning of it wasn't really all too enthusiastic about it, but towards the end, you see his grip loosening on the weapons every now and then, and you assume he is very heavily trying to combat the desire to just drop the weapons and just start play wrestling with the puppy.
I will give you this because I don't think Nyx would be trying to hide it. At the beginning, he was studying your fighting style and how you moved and how you like held yourself, and then he's probably actually he probably does at the end starts like play wrestling with the with the Valko. Nyx would probably just give it to that.
Okay, so that is happening in some of the kind of open scrub area behind the Fox and the Hound, where you two have been able to find a little area and a bit of privacy. the other three of you, Wander, Uther, and Naira, you all step out as they head off to the left. You all three turn right toward the direction of the Grove of Faithful Suval.
How are you doing, Wander?
I'm okay.
Kind of sits holding his hands together, like fingers interlocked.
I'm gonna go ahead and insight check that.
Yeah, he's not. Just from the
He's
way
not.
he's acting, he's kind of hunched over a little. You can just read that he feels bad.
Are you... How are you feeling about what happened with Calcifer?
I miss him.
I'm sorry. I have something for you. I don't know. I don't even know if you'll like this kind of thing, but I put it together for you. I don't know if you saw. Did out of character? Did Calcifer ever give you a picture?
No.
Okay. I have a thing for you. And she digs through her bag and she hands you a rolled up scroll. And she says, I wanted you to see how I see you. And I will DM you a picture.
Take it appropriately.
Like that, probably, but without the wings.
He'll look at you. Both of his eyes will be very bright and he'll say, "Thank you." It almost looks like he wants to like go for a hug, but he's really unsure. His arms like go wide just a little bit, and he narrows again.
Oh, no, Naira would just throw herself at you if you did that. She would give you a hug. You put yourself in danger for Nix, and I really appreciate that. You're... I am going to assume I understand that. Nix, would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, no, Wander, you didn't scare him. You reminded him of something that scared him, that's all. I promise, he wasn't afraid of you.
Tightly, just one more time and say, "I will do better. I swear it."
No, I promise, you don't have to. Do you understand what claustrophobic means?
No.
It means that he's afraid of small spaces, of not being able to move freely. You keeping him safe would have reminded him of being. I need to. Did I just put 2 and 2 together? I need a history check.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
No, I have not figured it out yet. There is something going on in Naira's head, though. Something's clicking into place. But no, you did perfect. And if that ever happens again, and you wanna keep him safe again, please do. Please, for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll go back to looking at the picture.
This little conversation has brought you to the entrance to Faithful Suvol's Grove. The natural sound effects brought to you care of our pup.
Sorry, you can hear that?
A little bit.
He's really quiet. He's so quiet. He's just okay. So just so you know, what's going on is I'm sitting in a little chair in my bedroom, and the dog, my 65-pound dog, would really like a cuddle, and he's very angry that he can't climb up into my lap right now.
And he's voicing his opinions. But anyway.
Before we get to Suvald, I actually do have one more question for the whole group that I'm with now, Uther and Wander.
Please go right ahead. Yeah, you're walking through the forest at this point. You know it takes a couple of minutes now to get to the grove itself. So yeah, you do still have plenty of time to yourselves.
Can I ask you both something? I'm not sure what to do, and that's kind of a weird feeling for me. Calcifer taught me a spell. It's something that you've seen me use before. That silvery barbs, where you put some doubt in someone's mind. It was useful to me, but now I'm considering who he was and what he did. I'm kind of wondering if I should continue to use it.
With that, I would put that wondrous little item in a nice little box and forget about it in the back of your mind forever. Those are things you don't. I wouldn't want to chance any fingerprints spread around.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about that. I was just thinking of the ethical. You think that... Oh no. What if an Arian's ride? Oh. And she looks dejected.
Listen, we don't know. This is us making the most prevention that we can, you understand? It's better just not play with that kind of fire, dance with that devil's own. That would be my suggestion. Of course, it's your choice.
And she turns to look at Wander.
Still looking at the scroll, he'll say, I don't want you to be hurt. That's it.
Okay. Okay, I will Because I don't want you guys to be hurt either, and... Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay. At this point, you have walked long enough that you have come to the grove. At this early hour, you see Faithful Suvo. It actually appears to be tending to the shrines at the far end. He has what looks to be a small kind of sickle in one hand, and he's just kind of clearing away some growth from around the base of these stones and stumps that are bedecked with the various kind of offerings that people have left over time. And he looks up as you guys enter, and kind of you see recognition on his face, and he just, slowly, kind of creakily gets to his feet, picks up his staff. And he's like, my friends, welcome. What brings you to the grove?
I do, and I have to give him a second. Go over
Okay.
that.
Sorry, Naira actually has to deal with something in real life because our dogs are pains in the asses. So, whilst we wait for them to be corralled, Lorium and Nyx, would you guys want to do anything after training training Valco, or would you just kind of be continuing that until the rest of the group returned?
Nyx does have something he wants to talk to Lauren about.
Okay.
Kind of. I don't know if this would happen during or after we'd been training, but Nyx would watch you, like, how you're training Valco, and just kind of go, when they taught you to fight like this, how did that go?
The wisdom saving throw, he does not divulge into wrestling the puppy. But he would just look at you and just say, well, it was militaristic. Just the basics. Honestly, my dad taught me the real basics of hunting. And then after that, I hung out with some mercenaries.
Oh. So, it wasn't really like trial by fire?
I wouldn't say it wasn't. Sorry. She's playing Tomb Raider again. She just got yeeted off of the mountain.
It happens.
My dad was more strict once he learned of my desire to fight, so that was pretty trial by fire, to be honest. He's a tough son of a bitch.
Nyx will give a little bit of a half smirk, and then he'll kind of look at you for a moment. If I tell you something, you won't. Don't tell Naira. I don't want to worry her.
I mean, that's perfectly fine. As he'll just cock his eyebrow.
When I was learning to fight, I was just a street kid. I never really had to defend myself, just get away. And watching you now, I'm beginning to think how I was trained was less fight well and more about being cruel.
See a confused look.
I mean, from what I've seen, you're not really cruel. You're really good at getting away, though.
He'll laugh. He's like, yeah, I had to be. My first training day, I was taken to a room with 5 other combatants, and was just told to get out.
Well, that's certainly a method. Honestly, it's not all that uncommon, but it's usually kept towards more secretive groups.
So
Make
he'll
it-
give you a very inquisitive glance.
Make an insight check.
Sure. Nope.
Okay. I think it was probably just because they hadn't really dealt with the tabaxi before. But it made me what I am. And like you said, I can get the fuck away from people real quick.
Are you standing next to him?
Not anymore.
Like, damn it.
In fact, you go to swing, and then when you look up, Nyx is no longer there. He's standing on the other side of you.
It would have been a grapple. He wasn't trying to hurt you. Yeah, you just saw a big hand coming for your face.
Like, oh, no.
Just pouring your heart out and he decks you right in the mouth.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure that's how Lorium shows love.
No, he would have just looked at you, nimbly dodging out of the way of that, and just,
Well, whatever it is, they did train you well.
Yeah. I mean, it's helped me keep people safe, so... But, you know... Naira's a warrior, so... I prefer not to give her all the details on those kinds of things.
Oh, was she not talking the same way?
Oh, no. She went to some school for learning and stuff like that. I was a little too old and not as adept at picking up on those kind of things.
Shit. The way she stabs people with that rapier, I would have thought the other way around.
Right, though? It's, like, honestly... Like, I'm very proud, but also, like, slightly disconcerted.
simple with that.
But, yeah. Just... No, you made me feel better. I just had some questions about that. Actually, I do have another question for you. After we after we killed Calcifer, I noticed you were writing some things down. Is that like a kill count, or?
As he just reaches into his bag, pulls out a really scrappy leather, like, tome almost. He'll just flip a couple of pages and then he'll just show you. And it's just a list of the party names and the terms of the agreement that he agreed with Naira. And also you see at the bottom there's a charter of promise payment and then the current payment that he's received. And you see on your names, he just scratched out Calcifer.
Are there any notes beside our names?
Nope.
Okay. Nyx will just start laughing. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. That's actually... And it's not that surprising, I guess, you being a mercenary man. I guess Calcifer affected all of us in different ways. I've been a little paranoid.
Mercenary, I guess I do seem like that now.
Oh, are you not?
Well, guess I am now. Literally being paid to do a job.
And then Nyx will pounce on him.
Hot and sweaty real quick.
No, he'll start back to like play fight. Oh my god. No. This is like my super respectful uncle that I have a lot of like, I'm gonna learn from him. This isn't Ricky Martin.
Lorian, what am I telling you?
You can do a dex or acrobatics check if you're actually going to pounce on him, because he's just trying to grab you in there.
You choke snap.
Yeah.
Catch him by the forehead.
Choke me, daddy.
Now who's making it weird?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I mean, you described to me how that goes.
I think what happens is he leaps and pounces, and you think he's going for you, and what he's actually done is he's aimed behind you, and so you miss him. He lands behind you, and then he like, I mean, obviously he doesn't move you, but he goes for a grapple.
You latch onto his back,
Yeah.
he jumps.
Oh, he just. Whoop.
Yep.
Never fails.
Oh no!
Crush me, daddy.
Yep. It's really problematic because, like, I'm like, yeah, crush me, daddy, and then Nyx is like claustrophobic, so it's gonna be great.
Lorian doesn't know that.
I know.
No idea. He went to help you, fucking Wander had you good, and yeah, you were up by the time you got there.
So you just do? Can I say?
Yeah, go ahead and make a dex saving throw.
What would the DC be?
Probably really high.
Well, Lorian make a dex. Yeah, Lorian make a dex check. Oh. Yeah, so Lorian make an opposed dex check.
Sure, he's great, though.
Hell yeah, he is.
Oh no! Yeah.
It was very close to being a 13.
Make another insight check.
As the fear.
Yeah.
Big number.
Nice.
As Nyx comes back around and y'all we both kind of get back up, you notice that where Nyx is usually more like calm and collected, you're watching the panic pull away from his face.
I mean, I know I'm big and I've heard a little bit, but it's all good fun.
Oh, no, I'm not a big fan of being in confined or crushed places.
As he brings back up the book. You need to write a note next to your name.
And then Nyx will like turn back to Falco.
His name in that book is like buried alive. Check. He's just writing the best ways to end us.
The next time we're in a cave, just hit the wall really hard.
Then we're gonna have that episode where an enemy gets hold of Lorian's book. He Batman's duel.
What about books? What books?
Silly nugget.
Nothing.
Oh, you weren't there.
What I miss.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'd be wrong each other.
Oh no, it was a.
Erotica book, totally.
It is her journal.
It is a romance novel.
Oh, those are the same thing.
No, sorry to derail, but it was one of the funniest things. I was reading a book I didn't want people to know I was reading, but at the exact moment where I was reading it, Lorium looks over to me and says, "So is he any good?" And I
I was talking about Nix because he had broken off from the party to do some scout shit.
Anyway,
So
The rest of the time we're just
yeah.
training Valko, but Lorium is making a very conscious effort to not, accidentally hit Nix.
Yeah, you guys you're being careful. You're both experienced sparers, so it's fairly simple for both of you to make sure that nothing gets too out of hand, despite the enthusiasm of your small companion. Coming back over to the Grove of the Faithful Subal, you guys have all arrived in the Grove, as I said. Subal stands and comes to greet you. Is looking over the three of you and says, "What brings you to the Grove?"
I'm so very sorry. I would never normally do this, but I have to ask if there's any possibility of me getting that spell scroll back that I left here.
He kind of looks at you and looks back at the shrines for a moment and goes, "Oh, yes, no, by all means, please. I have heard of the efforts that you and your companions have made for the people of this small community, and, well, if it will be beneficial in those efforts, it is the least I can do to provide it to you. Please, help yourself."
Oh, good, because I thought that might be considered impolite by, like, the gods or something. And she sort of delicately goes over and picks up the scroll.
Well, I think we would all be quite lucky if they were watching this with that much attention. But, no, you are, as I said, more than welcome to it.
I do appreciate your understanding. That's really all I had to do over here.
Yeah, you can find the scroll pretty much exactly where you left it. It being a magical scroll, a day or two outside doesn't appear to have done it any harm, and you actually find it tucked under like a natural shelf in one of these kind of stone shrines. It's stuck a little ways in the lee of the contours of one of them, so that it's in perfectly good condition as you retrieve it. Uther or Wander, do you guys want to do anything? No. Okay.
Came along for the walk.
Yeah, so he kind of leads you over to where he'd left it, lets you retrieve it, and says, "Is there anything else that I can help you with? Are you going to be continuing your efforts for our small community?"
Yes, as much as we can. I mean, we couldn't just leave, could we?
Well, I thank you for that. There are... the world would be a better place if all thought as you did. And yeah, with that he lets you leave, and you can return back.
Before we go, she will say, it might be wise for you to head into town, closer into town, anyway.
Oh, yes. When the time comes, I shall certainly ensure that I am not found alone. I am far past my ability to fight in any serious way, but I have friends who look out for me. And he looks up into the trees, and you actually see a number of birds that have alighted on the branches and seem to be watching him and your small interactions. They will let me know if there is any great danger. I will be able to be away in plenty of time. But thank you, young one, for your concern. And he reaches out and puts a hand on your shoulder. You have a kind heart.
I'm glad to be of service, she says, and sort of makes her way back and falls into step beside Uther.
Okay.
As we're making our way back, Wanda will look towards you two and say, "When will we leave?"
Not exactly sure. What's the next move, Myra? We're gonna go and try and face off against this horde. Try and bleed them a bit. Being a smaller force than they are.
I don't know. This isn't exactly my area of expertise. I've never. Well, I mean, I have studied sieges, I suppose, but I think we need to help this town prepare to survive. Is what I would suggest. We are a smaller force, but there's more people here. We might be able to put weapons in their hands and get them to protect themselves with our help, of course. Unless that's a terrible idea. I'm sure it's probably a terrible idea. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, it can certainly work. I just know we keep doing numbers like we have been doing. We're gonna wear them down, breaking them off piece by piece. The tree only has so many branches. I just worry about trying to get as little people killed as possible.
Yeah, that
Do a siege brawl. We do have an advantage as a defender, but they have a lot. I mean, we're gonna lose a lot, especially people who don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, it would be best to avoid that. We might want to try and
No,
I don't know.
we have to do that as well. Have them start to get prepared.
I also think you were right before that we definitely need to find their lair, I suppose. I found something that troubles me. And she will get the collar out. And sort of say this was on one of the ogres. I think they were all wearing them. But I didn't get a great look at it. But the one that fell, this was around its neck. The reason I needed this scroll was because I used my other one to figure out a little bit more about the magic, and I think they have the ability to force their will on unwilling creatures. definitely. But I'd also like to. Well, I'd like to collect all this stuff up if I can. Just make sure it doesn't get into the wrong hands. I don't. This magic scares me. I don't like it.
Yeah, mind controls. Done.
So we will leave when they die.
No. Hopefully they won't die. But we will stay as long as it. Sorry, go ahead.
Neutralize the threat.
Yes.
Find some other way to cause the threat become neutral, then we'll do that. We can't have them trying to kill you.
Well, can I ask, Wander, when do you want to leave?
Soon.
Do you want to go somewhere specific?
You said you knew a library.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's absolutely massive. It's one of the biggest libraries on the Horattian coast. And I will be absolutely taking you there as soon as possible, I promise.
The red one has to die.
The red one?
The one with the glaive.
Yeah.
I don't think I actually saw that one. I never saw it on my screen because of where I was positioned.
What do you think of that? Saving a whole town. Gotta make you feel some kind of way.
Yes. I want to help.
Why do you want to help? I'm not saying it's the wrong decision. I'm just trying to understand you as we'll compete.
It feels right.
I agree. That does feel right. Luther lets out a sigh of relief when his right and wrong game.
Just a moment, I'm gonna let the pups outside. They are making their opinions now.
Wander, can I ask, why do your eyes change color?
I don't know.
Did you know that they change color?
No. He says that Nathan said again.
When Calcifer changed, your eyes went red and your voice got a little more severe than I'm used to.
I remember being hurt.
I was hurt.
So yeah.
Having been staring at the portrait for way too long. I'll be back.
It's like burned in your head.
So your
She steals it back.
No, Uther needs to roll a perception.
Come on, Himbo. Go, Himbo Powers. I believe.
Wander can also probably roll a perception on that.
Okay. Himbo powers activate. Form up. Ooh, a bird.
Squirrel.
Ooh, small
So
skin.
great. I love
Oh, yeah, Wander, you do notice, Naira slip something into a pocket that Uther does not seem to notice, but she put something in his pocket.
It's incriminating evidence. She'll have the guards on the defense.
Okay, so you guys rejoin your companions who are still in the process of kind of playing with training, wrestling precisely with your lupine companion, your mascot.
Fail, 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 fail.
Okay, by the time you come back, Lorium is on. He does not have weapons in his hands. He is on all fours trying to go the pup to bite him by playfully slapping him on the face.
Oh yeah, Valko is like fully just hanging off one of your horns. Making that little puppy growl noise as it's trying to kind of tug you
I
over.
think this is adorable. I'm like,
I was like, I told you to train him. What is this?
I can't leave you
He
alone.
would stand upright immediately.
With Valko still just like.
Just dust himself off. Just like, yeah, we did the job.
oh, good. Well, I'm glad you all got along.
Yeah. Starts picking up his sword.
Nyx is gonna walk over to where I'm guessing Lorium put his maul. Like I'm like standing straight up, and he's just gonna take his cloak off the handle and put it back around himself.
Okay. Now that you're donning it again, give me another perception check. This one without disadvantage.
That's what I was hoping for.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
One.
You this time with your much clearer head, as you are donning the cloak again and kind of examining it in a little greater detail. For the first time, you notice that very cunningly concealed at the kind of like on the at both of your shoulders and around the base of the cloak, around the hem, are a series of pockets that are made to look like the seams of them are just made to look like basically they're the folds and seams in the cloth. But when you can actually slide your hands in there, and there would be room to store a number of small items in the cloak. And the way that it folds and drapes over you would mean that, provided the items themselves weren't too bulky, they really don't think they would see. Like they're kind of underneath where the embroidery and blue edging is on the outside, which would help conceal the outline of anything that was put into these pockets.
Cool. With what I saw Wander do the other night when he made Lorium's eye patch, am I smart enough to put together that he made this?
Give me an insight check. It's not a terribly hard DC because Zavara, talked about it being a gift from one of your companions.
Secret admirer out there.
Yeah, it could be something that somebody bought from one of the merchants. You don't know.
Perfect.
What we don't see is we zoom up in the back of it, and there's a little metal shard in the collar.
What the old jacket.
You are now going to be mind controlled.
It's all coming together. So, as your little group kind of reconvenes and regathers, my dog is asking to be let outside again. So, the worst frickin' timing.
Thought it was a door.
I was gonna say, these dogs need to get into Foley work. They've got babies down, they've got door creaks down.
Be amazed what they could do with the water.
My headset disconnected and I came back into that call at a weird place.
Leave it there. You will not have it.
It would have been recorded.
I
However,
have to plan a heist, you guys, to get this recording.
as you well, that'll make it easier. As you guys gather together and reconvene outside the Fox and the Hound, as you're having this little kind of moment of reconnection, a member of the Golden Band mercenary group approaches, kind of standing at a slightly kind of respectful distance for a moment until somebody kind of turns their attention to him.
No, we ignore him forever.
He's going,
Norm would probably just nod.
hello, my lord. The madam and Cloven, they've asked to see you in the Hound if you've got a few moments. If you're all free, that is.
He's just hanging out the more. He's just gonna say something.
Certainly, please. Let her know that we'll meet her in there in just a moment.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Zavar will be waiting for you. He'll show you to where they are. And he turns and hurries back inside. You have actually seen, as you've been kind of moving around a little bit, the Golden Band are very much in evidence. There's more of them out and about than you are used to seeing. And in addition, you also see several members of the townsfolk that are dressed in armor and weaponry that is not of the same kind of quality as the equipment worn by the Golden Band. Most of them are wearing breastplates or chainmail. However, a lot of the townsfolk, those that are wearing metal armor, it seems to be very kind of out of date and old, like some kind of souvenir brought back by a father or grandfather or something like that. However, many of them do appear to be carrying weapons that appear to be from the batch that you guys actually provided to Cloven when you first arrived. And there's like each of the Golden Band seems to be getting followed around by 2 or 3 of these sort of town militia as they move around. And you also see a lot of activity being centered around the stables, even after the excitement of last night. You see, even in just a few minutes that you've been out and about, at least 2 riders have come and gone, both of which appear to be members of the Golden Band. Both of them, again, arriving and then leaving again to the north.
The batch that we brought back, that was only weapons, right?
Yes, there were also several hides that would be ready to be turned into armor, but it would obviously take some days or weeks even of work to do so.
And we noticed that some of the hobgoblins and goblins that we fought
well, not just armor, but weapons specifically. The arrows that they were using, which you know for certain, had very sharp and like well-made heads, and and some of the swords that they were carrying, like the goblins in particular. Rather than the normal kind of clubs and primitive axes and the like that you are used to seeing their kind with, several of them were wielding what to them were full-size swords, but seemed to be the same kind of make and pattern as the short swords that you found when you cleared out the smuggler's haunt. And again, many of those weapons, those are the same kind of weapons that the militia seem to have been armed with largely. A few of them are again holding like spears or pole arms that have that same kind of aged and unused look to them. But many of them are holding these fairly newer weapons.
As we are getting ready to go in, Nyx is gonna glance around at the weapons and just kind of turn back towards Uther. I mean, I know we talked about this earlier with the bandits and everything, but y'all all saw that those goblins and hobgoblins were using like armor and weapons and stuff like that, and that was pretty well made. And I just keep coming back to the fact that I don't know that bandits would have had ready access to stuff like that. What do you think?
Actually, give me a history or insight check. Oh. And Nyx, you can do the same. Okay. You seem to recall references to from when you spoke to Conlon before you left him on his way. He mentioned that they had previously had a smuggling setup on the main river that ran past Morosa before they had moved to this area. So they would have had some access to at least some kind of trade network, as black market as it may have been.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. He still would have posited the question to Uther.
I think there's got to be. I mean, blacksmiths don't work for free, so I think someone's got to be behind it, sliding money for the weapons behind it.
Yeah. What do they get out of giving this to the goblins? You know?
You see, as he shrugs, might be larger political gain. Maybe one of the Republicans is trying to stabilize the area and feed up the border might do it. Maybe it's just the goblins all got together and it's green way. Someone wanted to have it for other reasons.
I think I just had an idea, and I don't know if I out of character had this idea, or if Naira can have this idea too.
Naira has an 18 intelligence. She is, by any standards, a genius. So yes, like you can assume that any idea you have out of character, she is, as long as it's only using in character knowledge, she is smart enough to have also connected any relevant dots.
Valco. bandits have dire wolves.
Sorry, out of character. Yep, I think I see where you're going. Nyx isn't that smart though.
Because they're local to here and they were the largest things you could just get in the woods nearby. Sorry, not local. That was my guess.
But they were being controlled.
Just like the ogre.
Yes. The whip.
Oh, they've got to have a better version of that. Probably many.
But it would, if you can give out a lesser version and keep the better version for yourself.
We gotta find where these strings lead. We need to know what hand is behind it at least. And that means people are... No wonder Kelsey magically slid around here from the direction.
Oh yes, this does seem like something that would attract him.
So what's the plan then?
Oh, I don't know about the play. I just think that might answer the question of what do the bandits get out of it. I also... They don't necessarily have to have bought those weapons. All they needed to do was be better than the people they ambushed.
And they had a pretty good ploy set up when they came for us.
Didn't work out so well, did it?
Well, not to toot our horn or anything, but we were pretty great.
Only half of them fought us.
We almost died last night.
Oh, that was the bandits, but
And you were a bit exhausted from all of this work. Them on their back feet come in not exhausted and swinging. And get some collars off some ogres.
Wait, actually, what about the ogres?
Oh! Do you remember that whip?
Yeah, the one they were using to control the wolves, yeah.
Yeah, I think I understand now how it works, and I will pull out the collar and show him that it's got the same metal in it, and explain that it would, you know, what it does, and just basically say, I used some of my magic to find out a little bit more detail about it, and it controls people's will. Well, people, creatures.
Know where they are. Yes.
Well, I think we can assume they're somewhere north.
Is the gold band member still there?
No, you said for him to go and tell Madame Yannicka that you would be there. But there are plenty of them around, and again, this is a very small community. Like the number of buildings on the map are literally the number of buildings in the community. So, you can see within like shouting range at least 4 or 5 other members.
Yeah.
If not, we went back to the farm.
And he'll look towards Malcolm and say, "Could
He tracked them.
Oh, I don't know. He's just a baby.
That's a
Yeah.
big
If we can find any goblins, scouts, scare them back to their moms, I can direct them.
Well, didn't they get on a wagon?
Yes.
That'll leave tracks. We could follow that if we wanted.
Especially being carried by a fucking big ass ogre. Smart.
That's very smart.
The question is, do we want, like, yeah, we only fought the contingent of them, and half that contingent, this'll probably lead us to all of them, potentially.
In which we'd want backup.
Also, sorry, I meant to say, Naira, roll an insight check.
Ooh, not
Sure
a
there's
now
people
one.
on it.
Okay. Wander has like stupidly high, passive perception, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Wander probably saw a quick flash of intense worry flash across Nyx's face when she was describing what the callers did.
Do I get anything?
I know he got a 20 on his deception.
No, he hit it for you.
What?
I rolled a 20 on my deception. To keep the emotion hidden.
Wait, what's
Oh,
Wander's
is that
passive
what that-
perception?
22.
Fuck.
I was like, I'm pretty sure he has like really stupid high
Yeah.
passive perception.
No, Wander is an observant creature. Literally, I think you've got the feet, don't you?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, so are you guys going into the Fox and the Hound? Are you going to try and call over one of the members of the Golden Band? What's your plan?
I mean, Lorium's assuming that Cloven is with Yannicka, so.
We should probably go talk to them. They seem like they're in charge.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, as we walk inside, Naira will get Uther's attention for a second and just say, by the way, would you, if we have any time at all, would you mind showing me that prestidigitation trick? I never actually learned it.
Oh, certainly. I think probably the best place to start. It just does so many things so well. But you're far beyond, I'm sure you'll master.
That's very sweet of you to say. Yes, we should definitely go inside.
Hopefully she has a whole bunch of clothes instead of.
Oh, well, if she doesn't, we probably know who does.
It gives you a really confused info low listed. Huh?
Shamesh, he had a lot of stuff in his store that would go boom.
As he smiles, he reaches his hand into his pocket. He looks down, opens it, looks towards you, nods. I think I'll have something I can give you later.
Her whiskers twitch, but she, okay, thank you.
Puts it
And then,
away.
and then we go inside.
Okay. As soon as you enter, Zavara greets you all by name. He's like, my friends, Uther, Lady Nara, the Madame and Cloven, they are waiting for you upstairs. If you would please follow me. And I'm just going to grab all of you guys together, unless any of you would kind of refuse the invitation.
Yeah, I'm leaving.
Just, I'm out. Peace.
Wonder is like, I told you I want to leave soon.
Mhm.
I
Leave
would
it now.
just be
Goodbye.
like, Damar, road beer.
And you all are led upstairs into a room that you haven't actually been in before. As you get to the top, you have noticed that there was a fairly ornate door. By the standards of most of the furnishings in this place are relatively plain and straightforward, but the door itself is quite well made, quite ornate, and was always closed and you assume locked every time you had passed it by on the landing previously. This time Zavara kind of opens the door and ushers you all inside, and you find a very well appointed, what appears to be essentially an office. There are a number of large, fairly sumptuous chairs laid on this large, again, very well made, quite expensive looking, luxurious rug. And against the back wall, another, again, like a large sofa that's looks extremely well made, very, very comfortable. The desk and behind it as well, a small bookcase that covers 1.5 of the walls. All show signs of being very well put together, very well cared for, and quite like high fashion and furniture from about 10 to 15 years ago. But it's still, despite any evident age, obviously very well, very well put together, very well cared for, and the whole room has a sense of kind of quiet luxury to it. But as you enter, you find Madame Yannicka herself is seated behind the desk, and Cloven is kind of standing beside it, with his, leaning over a number of papers and what appears to be a map that had been laid out. Both of them looking quite kind of concerned. And as you enter, you can, you Wander definitely see, and the rest of you as well, probably just a small flash of relief cross her face as you all appear. Ah, it's so good of you to join us. Please come in. Take a seat. Would you like anything? Some drinks? Food?
Mariam just shakes his head.
Well, if you change your mind, if there is anything we can do to make you more welcome, please just let me know. In the meantime, though, well, I suppose I should get to business. Cloven has informed me of what you did last night at the farm. Many of the townsfolk have yet to stop speaking of it, in fact. But more specifically, he has told me of what you faced. And of what his riders have found on their journeys beyond the borders of our small community. And, well, to be frank, it appears there is a greater threat here than any that I have heretofore encountered. I came here for something of a quiet retirement. I was not expecting quite this level of excitement to come my way. But such is the lot that I have been given, and that has fallen upon the people that I have brought here. Cloven's troops and the militia, they are brave and willing, but none of them have ever faced anything like this before. A few members of the Golden Band that arrived with Cloven perhaps have more experience than most and have fought even in a few large battles, but, well, that does not make up for the disparity that we face. Cloven has spoken to his men and to many of the townsfolk. They will stand if they are asked to. This is their home and they are unwilling to give it up. But I brought them here. They have stayed because I built this place. And I cannot stand to watch them die for it. It has never been something that has meant that much to me. But it is not something that I can abide coming to pass. If we had more time, perhaps we could send Campon or one of the larger settlements, perhaps even Arosa itself would send troops if we told them of a gathering threat on their borders. But given how close the proximity of the sightings and your encounter last night are, I do not think that we will have the time necessary, though weeks perhaps it would take for such a message to be sent and answered. So, well, most of the merchants that have stayed here previously have decided to take their leave. I imagine that those who have fled to the east and the west will tell those that they meet on the road to do the same. And without help, I fear that our only choice to avoid bloodshed will be, well, more than bloodshed, to avoid the slaughter of those who work here and their families and those who work in the settlement beyond, will be to try and run ourselves. But we have children, not enough horses, and not enough wagons. I dread to think what the wolf riders would do on the road if they caught us. If we run, how many will escape? The wolf riders will pick us off like lambs. So, I ask you, not for this tavern or for me, but for the people in the settlement beyond. Will you stay and will you help us?
Waiting for anyone else to say anything. Lawrence is leaning on the wall.
Naira will look around and sort of realize that nobody else is speaking up, and she will just say, I don't speak for everybody, but I feel like I know them well enough at this point. I intend to stay, and I believe we all do.
Is this true?
Just hate speaking for everyone else. I believe indeed. What is your plan?
Well, I was rather hoping that your assistance would extend that far. I have no battle leader. I know how to run my business, but nothing of war or combat. Cloven, for his part, can run his men, but, well, if you have any suggestions, we would be more than happy to hear them. And she actually has laid out on the table in front of her, you see a map that actually Lorium, Wander, and Nyx, I believe, all saw before when you were talking to Cloven about the goblin prisoner.
Nyx will look to Cloven What are we looking at here? I know you said that a lot of your people weren't trained like we are, but is that the extent of it? The 7 of us are the best we have. Like, what are we working with?
The Golden Band are 23, and me, 24, I suppose. They're well trained, solid, brave. They'll stand, they'll fight. I'd put them up against any goblin or hobgoblin, and, well, I'd expect them to give a good accounting of themselves. Beyond that, there's perhaps 30 more in the houses beyond that are brave and capable enough to wield a sword and do some good, but I wouldn't want them on the front lines. They're willing enough to stand, but, well, willing and able are 2 different things. So, all told, we have a little over 50, not counting ourselves in this room. Maybe half of them, well trained, experienced, have at least a little fighting under their belts. Good armor and weapons too. The others, well, we'll see what we can get. A few of my boys are comfortable enough in the countryside. I've had them riding out all day. We know a little, but, well, as you said, as loath as I am to admit it, this would be my first siege. I've fought a few field battles before, been on a few campaign trails, but never had to defend a place like this. Not from something like this. Anything you could suggest, I'd be grateful to hear.
And there's no other tricks up our sleeves. Is that between him and Madame?
They kind of look at each other, and he sort of wrinkles his like, whatever tricks we can come up with, those are the tricks we have. And Naira, you, as this conversation has been going on, you have stepped forward and taken a look at this map. It's decent. It's clearly been drawn or by somebody who is like local, it's not like a professionally produced map. And given your own experience of traveling in the surrounding area, and in fact the map that you yourself have created or been creating and expanding on since your initial discussion with Conlon, there's certainly room for improvement in what they've been working with. But you sorry.
I was just going to say, she's pulled out her quill and she looks like she is barely restraining herself.
And Madame Yannicka will actually look at you and say, did you have some suggestions, darling?
Oh, I just, yeah. And with that sort of permission, Naira will just start fixing things on the map. It's gonna bug her otherwise.
Okay, yeah. And as you were doing this with that roll, I'll say that you are also able to kind of see more clearly some landmarks and the like that you've only seen in the distance, and will at a later point be able to transpose those onto your own map with a great deal more accuracy as to precisely what they are and where they are in relation to other things. So as she's scribbling away, Cloven kind of strokes his beard for a moment and goes, I mean, some of the folk around here, many of them are hunters. They know how to use a short bow, at least. They'll give us a solid archery line if it came to it. As for other tricks, I mean, we've got who knows how much time, maybe 2 days, and willing hands, but I don't know much more than that. Whatever that will buy us, that's what we'll have.
What's the most defensible position? Somewhere you can reinforce. I'm sure you can figure out how to do pipeline pitches in front of it. Or sticks towards the temple.
Barricades and the like, aye, we can put those together. We've trees enough, and well, just about every house around here has a woodsman's axe.
They're probably going to come from the north.
Then, and I'm going to actually move you guys back over to the. You guys are still in the tavern, but just like as you're looking down on kind of this small representation of the town, so that you guys can kind of indicate yourself what you're talking about.
So they'd be coming from this direction, or
Well, with the riders, I imagine they could come from any direction they wanted. And given time, a force of infantry could skirt us as well. As for defensible, well, most of the buildings around here, you've seen them yourself, the wood and thatch. I don't fancy they do put up much of a resistance, but the general store, the tavern itself, they're both solidly built. The smithy, all built of good, strong stone.
Lauren would just raise his hand.
Speak, please.
Yes, Lorian?
Speak freely.
Do you have any magically inclined folk who could move some earth around?
Well, I have seen faithful Sewell do as much.
That could help a little bit.
Aye.
Build some,
Raising
pitfalls.
barricades, pitfalls. Yes, a fine idea.
7 feet deep, 20 feet between each. Put them on the north and south end of this town. On the hill cresting the north side of the town, towards the bottom, closer to the town, set up some pike traps and cover them in shrubbery. If riders try to come through the hill, they'll run downwards and they won't be able to stop in time if they notice.
You gotta be able to last net.
An evil idea. I like it.
I agree with Uther. We need to bottleneck them, and then if we could, and he'll kind of point to the area in front of the tavern. If we could create like a kill box right here in front of the tavern. In fact, now this is an idea, so please tell me if anybody thinks this might be stupid. But what if we took our non-combatants and put them inside the general store, barricaded it up, but make it look like it's abandoned like the rest of them, and draw their attention to the tavern?
Might work if any of them turn to looting, though. It could end badly. There's a basement here. I was thinking they may work down there. They may be able to hide there.
Don't be fooled.
But
They won't just be coming from the north if it's a proper siege.
Naira, you were going to say something too?
Nara is looking at Nyx with sort of a curious expression on her face. What's a kill box?
It's where you have prospectors and fire. Multiple people able to hit from different angles. Excellent for archers and crossbows.
The idea of the general store, though, it's not a bad one. A few of my Golden Band boys on the ground floor, in there in the tavern. Those that can handle short bows on the second floors in the windows. There's your kill box.
We draw them.
Definitely Uther and probably Nyx. Roll insight checks.
Yeah. See, to Uther, you would have asked the question, and he would have been like, "Yeah, I know what this is. Here, now you'll know."
Finally rolled a 10.
I'm gonna say that Nyx is familiar enough with Naira's tics that you recognized a sort of not annoyance, but she wasn't asking because she didn't know.
Oh, yeah. Nyx got that, and Nyx was very thankful for the cover.
Yes, he's looking at you like, what?
He'll just meet her gaze and kind of like give a shrug. And like we'll talk about this a little later. So just for my sake, the tavern itself has a basement.
Yes. You guys haven't seen it, but Cloven just mentioned that, yeah, there is apparently a basement to the tavern.
I say we get everyone, tell them to get all the valuables, everything they want and care about, get it into this place, barricade it up as well as you can. No ways really in, no ways out, other than through the kill box. And I'm sure that even those who are a little bit frightened will be more than willing to fight. I don't think the goblins are smart enough to try and leave us a way out, even if it's a fake one. When you put anyone into a corner, they'll go down swinging hard.
That we will.
Naru.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Sorry.
Oh,
Dreamer. You said that Samash had things that could go boom earlier.
Oh, yes.
What are you talking about?
Before you answer, crud. Before you answer, I am getting a little bit of a dry throat, so I'm going to get a refill. You guys, please do keep talking, but just be aware the NPCs can't hear you right now.
Yes, which is a good point. I think we should probably ask him how long it'll take for him to whip up some healing potions as well, just because I think it would be good for as many people to have this as possible. But yes, no, he has several things that, when mixed together appropriately, can cause some relatively large explosions.
Right. Well, we have... Oh, no, you continue.
Sorry, in fact, I think some of those mushrooms that we collected might actually do that.
Well, we did give him a bottle.
Yeah.
And we have, like we said, we have some people who are gonna be fighting, capable of fighting, but there are gonna be some people who will need something to do. And while I'm sure Shemesh would like to put the finishing touches, we could at least see if people could help him measure things out. Like, kind of almost like set up a line of, and see if we could maybe help expedite some of his creations, so he's not doing it by himself.
And I'm back. Did you have any questions for Cloven or Madame Yannicka as part of the little conversation that you just had?
Probably if Yannicka would be willing to fund making of fiery goodness and healing potions.
Oh yes, no, Shamash owes me more than a little. I will ensure that his shop is at your disposal.
And do you have enough oil in the town?
Oil? A good amount, I suppose, yes. Renrick keeps a supply on hand. And well, my kitchen has always use for a barrel or two. I don't know how much that you would need, but I imagine we could conjure a dozen casks or so.
Lauren would just sort of look out to the group, and also Cloven, just say, so we're just waiting here, or we for them to come, or are we gonna try to hit them partially, if not fully?
If you think...
Can you tell me a little bit about the surrounding area? What I would know from the maps?
Yeah, I mean, it just like I'm going to go through in general, and then if you have specific questions, let me know. So the area, this area that the town is built on is a fairly flat part of an area of very broken ground. The further north that you go, it starts to become at the actual foothills of the Dorvashi Mountains, which are very heavily covered with the forests of the Dorvashi Woods. The further north you go, the more rough and rugged that terrain becomes. Around the town itself, it is relatively flat by comparison. Most of the most of the ground is relatively open. There's a few copses of trees and the like. There's several major rivers and the like that come down again from the mountain. So there's a lot of runoff that comes off of those, and there are several kind of streams and crossings and rivers and the like in the area that aren't kind of large enough to be on the map, but are also, you know, fairly significant features. You've actually traveled along a number of the dried riverbeds yourself. This being late spring, most of the actual like heavy rain runoff, heavy melt from the mountains has passed. But yeah, so a lot of the stream beds that you've been passing through have been drier than they would otherwise be. But yeah, overall you have seen them. You have actually also seen several relatively large rivers.
And that's to the north. How far away are those rivers?
The closest one, the closest one that would actually be a kind of significant an actual river rather than just a stream or something like that could easily be forded, is probably a little it's a little further north than Ragnar's farm, but it would be directly north from where you are, so maybe 3 or 4 hours travel.
Could we pop over to the area map for a second?
Oh, sure. Throughout this area, as I said, the further north you go, the more broken and forested the ground becomes. And this area, even though it is kind of smooth on the map, is by no means just a flat tundra plain or anything like that. And the river that I just mentioned, the first one kind of runs along here, has another tributary that you imagine hooks around to the north of this hillocky area. And then there's a couple more that go off toward the eastern edge as well.
Are there any indications? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just wondering if there were any indications on the map of how one would cross that river.
When you ask this question, Cloven actually points very confidently to a spot on the map, a little, almost directly north from the town. It says, "I've had my riders out. A couple of them know how to track. They followed the wagon from last night. Not that it was a great deal. A blind man could follow those ogres, or the smell alone. But he spotted a group of them here. There's a crossing of some sort. They seem to have taken the wagon across it, but there are a contingent holding the bridge."
Say that again. He had a contingent, or there was a contingent of goblins?
There was a contingent of goblins holding the bridge. there's a few old crossings that are like that have been built by woodsmen and the like over the years. Can't say it's gotten much use recently, but, well, I guess it has now. Seems like after their tangle with us, they mostly pulled back beyond that river, but well, we couldn't cross it ourselves to check how far beyond it they may be.
Does anyone think that might be a way to buy us a little bit more time?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same thing.
What, destroying the bridge or taking some traps up there?
Well, I was thinking destroy the bridge.
Kill a bunch of them. Have them chase and destroy the bridge while they're on it. And then lay traps. I like all of these plans.
I like them too. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Boy, I'm genuinely cocks an eyebrow at Nair saying that.
It's like, I love that this episode, the people have finally come to the realization of just how deadly Naira has been this whole campaign.
Well, anyway, I can set up, or rather, I can help set up some defenses around the town. Or we can go ourselves in a small hit party. And attempt to do what we can, or we can do both.
Well,
Any defenses that you'd recommend be built, I can get hands to do that. You'd be wasted simply wielding an axe and a hammer. Pretty much everyone here has built their own homes. Throwing up a few barricades will be easy work.
yeah. I would just want to make sure that we were a good ways into the defenses before we potentially provoke them, just in case.
Him saying that, you would see Lorem get very analytical on the map, though. And if no one else says anything, he'll start talking. You guys feel free to say something.
No, you go ahead.
Alright. Shit. Lorem's going Uncle Lorem mode. We'll definitely set up barricades on all three roads, because there was a little half road up next to the hill on the northwest side, right?
Here you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not precisely a road. It's just kind of like a what they call a desire line of people who have walked that way to get to Shamash or the Grove. So it's by no means like a cart track or anything like that, but yeah, it is simply a kind of a footpath that has been worn over time. But there is, you know, there is a gap, a fairly wide, like 20-30 foot gap between the buildings there, whereas in general they've been built closer together in other areas.
Okay. This would be difficult, but he would sort of say,
So, them pitfalls. Start them off the ends of the roads about 20 feet out. Make a full half circle around the north and the south side of the city, or town. Make them 7 feet deep. Put some sharpened sticks at the bottom. And if you have oil, fill that too.
So those are kind of, is that roughly where you're indicating?
oh, he's basically indicating this entirely depends on how much they think the city or the townfolk could actually manage within 1 or 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
He would basically say ideally they'd be 10 feet wide and roughly 20 to 30 feet spaced out. So he's talking about a lot.
Okay, but so put like 4 or 5 of them at in a little circle around the entrance to each, around basically each of these kinds of entrances to the town, right?
Pretty much. And then off of the this entire south side of this hill, this hillock, and in front of the trees, the tree line, basically not necessarily pitfalls, but because that's harder on hill terrain, that shit caves in easy as fuck. Haha, I know the experience. But some spike barricade traps, yup, hidden by uprooted bushes.
Okay.
And he's saying fill those with oil. I'll just like summarize this.
Yeah.
Keeping a 2 of whoever he thinks the sharpest eye folk in his merry band are in this little tower to keep watch. Immediately running at any sign back to the town and filling those pitfalls with a little bit of oil and having some fire arrows ready, which he would totally be down to completely describe how to make.
Okay, yeah, Cloven seems like just enraptured by your description of the possibilities for building up and fortifying this little community of theirs, and like is actually kind of takes a piece of paper and sketches out something very similar to what you see here, noting each of them, kind of noting your placement recommendations and things like that. I'll get them started cutting wood for the barricades now. I'll talk to Subal about moving some earth, get shovels for the rest.
I can help if we're planning on not
After that, he looked to Naira and strangely wondered.
Nairo's already planning the best route to go blow up a bridge.
He would say blowing up the bridge would probably only delay them a few hours.
But that's still a few hours, is it not?
Setting traps?
Maybe more than that. If
Setting traps. So you think it would be better to set traps near the bridge?
You get the idea that Lorium is much more keen on killing them and taking out as many numbers as possible before they get here than just allowing their entire band to get here on an alternate path.
So I think we should do what Uther suggested, and we should set traps and then also blow up the bridge.
The bridge blowing up underneath them being one of the traps.
never burn a bridge unless your enemy's on it. I like the way you think.
that black powder. You can set it up underneath and just have anybody with the best shot take one.
I'm not sure about black powder, but I'm sure Shamash can cook up something that'll do the job. He's blown up half his house 6 times in the last 10 years.
Nyx is going to point back to that river. Alright, if we blew up this bridge, where would be the best places to come across after that?
If they're all on foot, they could. Any points? I'll move you back over to the area map now. He points. So the bridge that he's indicated is about there, and he points to a spot further up into the hills. Here he goes. If they're all on foot, then there's some fords up here, a few hours away. If they've got wagons or any major supplies with them, it'll take them longer though. May even buy you the day you mentioned before.
Then that's where we should set up the traps if we're blowing up the bridge.
Oh, that's devious. I like that.
And what does everyone see?
Everyone has a passive perception above 8, or passive passive insight above 8. Everyone would notice, although he seems pretty adept at laying down the markings of traps and, well, just a combat scenario, he does not like the prospect of laying traps.
Okay. Any damage you can do to them, we'd appreciate. There'll be one less that shows up here.
Are there these going if you were heading towards that bridges, are there any settlements or homesteads where maybe we could use some scouts to like light some warning signals if they were headed this way?
I don't know that you'd want the homesteads for that, but there's a decent sized hill here and here, and he points to a couple of spots a little way south of where the bridge is marked. These are the two highest spots. From there, there'll be anybody we put there would have a decent view of the bridge and a few miles of terrain around them. No, yeah, that's all he says. I can send you a couple of lads with sharp eyes and fast horses if you're heading that way. Have them build signal fires. And keep an eye out.
That works.
All this is just going to come down to how soon they move. At the very least, we need to get the town fortified first. That should be our first order of business. That way, if they attack in the morning, we're at least set up for that. And then any time after that, we'll be lucky to have. But that's when we should plan to do the other stuff.
Well, I'll get people started on the town, on the fortification straight away. As I said, we've willing hands, willing bodies. Anybody who can wield an axe or a hammer will get it done. And Suval, well, I'm sure he'll be willing to dig a few ditches for us.
And those who can't wield an axe and hammer, maybe we send them to help out old Sumesh.
What would you have him put together?
Well, if you're working on potions and stuff like that one-on-one, it would take a longer time, but I'm sure if you gave him some helpers, it might speed it up.
Grumpy old lizard would probably try and send them away, but I'll have a word with him, make sure he understands how things are.
It also keeps people from not having something to do.
I hadn't thought of that. You guys are good at this. Okay, well, I'll get things started then. Madam. And he takes the sketch of Aldwell that you had that you guys had kind of annotated. You hear him kind of clomping down the stairs outside. Madam looks up and he goes, "Well, thank you very much. Your assistance has already proved invaluable. I hope that all goes as you said. Will you be heading to the bridge then? I can ensure that your horses are ready and, well, that Shamash provides you anything you may need to assist you in your endeavor."
Just look over at Aaron.
Well, I think I've been outvoted actually. And I look at Nyx.
I wasn't talking about us when I was suggesting that. I meant the town shouldn't send people to go do other things until they fortify the town. I think we should go check out the bridge. I just don't want them to get caught unaware.
Oh, yes, no, I agree with that. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I think we should. I think we should go, any amount of time we can buy these people, the better. The longer they have to prepare, the better prepared they'll be.
Agreed, but let's be ready if it sounds like that bridge is gonna have guards.
Speaking of, Cloven, you got some javelins I can take?
Cloven is downstairs.
Damn it!
The madam is there though, if you would care to ask her.
Yeah, he would retroactively.
And she goes, yes, I believe Holland, he keeps a small armory for the Golden Band. I'm certain I will tell him to be happy to open it to you. I am certain he would have some javelins for you there. They are fairly simple things to create, I believe.
Right, thank you.
Well,
Do you have any idea why? Why they're doing this? Why Aldwell?
because we are in the way is all I can imagine. To be honest, people told me that when I left Parona, people told me that I was stupid to come so close to such a wild and dangerous place, but I wanted the freedom that it offered. Perhaps they were right, but, well...
And Naira sort of has very deliberately stopped talking, but she's clearly thinking something through.
We'll just look over at Wander, who hasn't said a single thing during this. And we'll just say, what's your opinion on this?
I don't like it.
Which one?
Yes.
That tracks. Do you still want to help the town?
Yes.
Well, then that settles it.
I'm so glad that it keeps coming down to Gloria. Gloria, make an insight check.
Because he's still great at these.
Perfect.
I will say-
He's excited for the bloodshed.
Naira studies you every time you talk.
So yeah, go ahead and also roll an insight.
I'm also great at these.
Hey, not bad.
From the way that he spoke, you could gather that there's more that Wander wants to do than defend.
Oh, he is excited for bloodshed.
How do you think we can help them, Wander?
He'll look towards you and he'll say, we should go to the bridge. looks like he wants to say more, but stay quiet.
I think that turns the vote in your favor. Have the townsfolk do what they can on defenses, and then we go to the bridge.
And Naira will watch Wander very specifically when she says, because we are the only thing standing between the clutches of evil and the innocent.
His eyes kind of blaze.
You cut out there.
Oh, I just said his eyes kind of flare as she says evil.
Okay.
I think I lost you again. I heard as she said evil, and it sounded like you were saying something else.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just said that his eyes flared as you said evil and innocent a little bit each time.
We are fleshing out his morality.
We will kill the evil people. I will be the judge, jury, and executioner.
Executioner. Well, I like that. I'm much more inclined to move out.
Well, if there is any assistance that anyone here can give to you, please just name it. We are, well, in your debt does not quite cover it.
Alright, so I need 3 guard drakes now. I'm kidding.
I need 4 bears. I want some meshes left eye.
And that guy's arm.
Yeah. The blacksmith, bring me his daughter.
Nix will look at Madame Yannicka and just say, would anybody around here have any poisons?
Well, I mean, I can only point you to Shamash there again. I don't know exactly if his knowledge extends to that area, but I imagine if you mix the wrong things together in his shop, it would kill you quite happily.
Nix will just give her a nod.
We have, I mean, some rat poison and the like around the place, but nothing that I imagine would serve you the purposes you have in mind.
Thought I'd ask, but thank you, and we'll do what we can.
Please do.
Alright, should we head out?
Okay, so.
Alright, just quick stop the house.
Nix will let everybody filter out and kind of hang back for a second, and like he gets to the door, and then he'll just turn back to Madame Yannicka and just say, sorry that this is happening to you and your folk, but if we all make it out of this, I have a favor to ask you.
If we all make it out of this, you have but to name it. If it is within your power,
Nod and then
it's
head out
yours.
with the rest.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, you guys step out. As you kind of go downstairs, you hear the sound of Cloven's voice raised outside, and you can see him in the square in front of the Fox and the Hound with several members, about a dozen members of the Golden Band around him, along with about 20 or so just of the, well, appear to be like townsfolk, about half of whom seem to be dressed as the militia. And he seems to be giving out orders for exactly what you had discussed, telling, you know, he's putting a couple of people from his band in charge of overseeing a woodcutting party. Several others he's saying to go talk to Wenrick to fetch picks, spades, digging tools, and the like. Others to start getting started on construction of like collapsible frames that to put on top of the pits, and others to sharpen stakes and the like. Basically seems to be organizing work parties for the various defenses that you described. And as you all kind of emerge, he gives you a nod, but doesn't stop his work unless you approach him. Okay, so where are you heading?
Lorium's gonna stop at Hal's.
Oh, Howland's, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you make your way over, and yeah, you see that the smithy is very busy. Not only Hallen is in evidence, working some metal on an anvil, but you also see several other members of what you now know to be his family, also working both at the main anvil with him and at several other stations around the shop. All of them engaged in various kind of what you see to be actually very martial pursuits, far more so than the normal kind of farrier work that they seem to be their norm. He is actually working on your suit of armor actively as you enter, but you see there's a pair of young girls that are sharpening swords on a grindstone. There's another one that seems to be stitching together a leather breastplate, and a couple off in the corner that are working a blank into the shape of a sword as well.
I don't know if any other members of the group would have followed him there, because they would have known from what he said what he was going to do. Yeah. But he'll just say, if you need to, you can go ahead and put a pause on that and work on everything else. If they haven't come in about a day or two, I will need it eventually.
If you're going to be standing between me and those fuckers, I want you in me armor. This will be ready for you by morning.
Alright, sounds good. Smiles at that. I'm gonna need 3 javelins if you could, though.
Oh, aye. That door at the back. Kick it open. The militia supplies are back there. Anything you want, it's yours. First time I've been fucking called that. Mighty kind of yourself, sir.
Go to the back and pick out 3 javelins.
Okay, yeah, you're able to retrieve those without any difficulty. The rest of you, did you follow him in there, or where are you heading?
Nix would have walked to the town center and just kind of began just taking in everything. And he also would have gone over to the well. He just wanted to look at how wide it was and how deep it is.
The well itself, this is actually the first time that you've kind of gone over to really get a close look at it. It's actually a fairly impressive, and as you approach it, you see very old structure. It's stone built. Although the roof has obviously been refreshed over the years, given that it is thatched, but the thatched roof is supported by these thick stone columns that are on a slightly raised kind of dais. The whole dais and the columns are about 35, 40 feet across. It's a fairly large kind of feature. The well in the center is, again, itself pretty large, especially considering that it serves a community of only like a couple hundred people. It's about 10 feet across, again, stone built. And as you peer down it, there isn't a mechanism set up. There's just several buckets that are apparently available for community use that are placed around it with ropes attached to them that are tied off on these thick iron rings that are set into the stone around the well. And as you look down, it's middle of the day at this point, so, or not middle of the day, it's still morning, but it's bright sunshine, so you can see that it's about probably 20-25 feet down to the water level that you can see. And the sides, again, are very aged but worked stone.
Well, do I think that one or two smaller people could hide halfway down the well?
I mean, yeah, like if you built like a platform for them or kind of just hung something off these ropes, yeah, I mean, pretty easily. Like if somebody kind of walked to the edge and looks down, there they would be. There's not exactly any cover down there for them. But yes, like certainly if you were to, like if you wanted to hang on the inside from a rope, absolutely you could.
Okay, just something to consider. But yeah, Nyx will just be over by the well.
Okay. Uther, Wonder, Naira.
Uther's looking around to do that curious finger tapping to his lid to see if there's a potential down. No wish trouble though, given the explosive hobbies later. And turn towards the group and go, should we make our way up to mushroom range and boots? Perhaps they are.
I think that's a good idea. I just have to talk to Nyx about something, but I will catch up if you two want to go ahead.
Want to be my walking companion, Wander? Away we go.
Okay, yeah, so you two are starting to make your way over to Shamash's. That walk will take you a couple of minutes. Nyx, Naira, you guys can have your conversation.
So this is bigger than what we signed up for.
Really? Hadn't noticed. Well, I guess we'll test our metal. See if we can function as a unit and all that.
Oh, I think we've already proven we can do that. I am concerned about these people, though. They're looking at us like they're expecting us to save their lives.
Yeah, that's been bothering me too. I mean, I think we'll save hopefully a lot of them, but it's just a lot to put on other people's shoulders.
Yeah. And she's looking at you real, like, almost like she hasn't really looked at you before. I have a weird question, and it's bothering me. I don't know the answer to it.
Well, to be fair, most of your questions are weird, and I guess it tracks that it bother you, but all you have to do is ask.
I think most of my questions are. No, never mind. It's not important.
Nyx is just beaming at you.
You went down in that fight, and I'm so glad that we were able to get you back on your feet, but is there anyone you would want me to say goodbye to for you if the worst were to happen?
I won't even make you roll an insight check for this. Nyx is genuinely taken aback by the question. And he kind of sits there. Yeah, actually, there are some people who should know.
Well, I mean, like, obviously Murdoch, but
Okay, now roll an insight check.
at 20? No. No. Damn, you know what I'm talking about.
My deception is a +5. Can I fail this?
No, you cannot, sir.
No, I'm not even gonna roll. She does not see the micro expression that flashes over Nyx's face. Yeah, right, Murdoch. I mean, you'll be there, so no one would have to tell you, but, back in Vanya, there's this guard. He's kind of become a friend of mine. If anything were to happen to him, sorry, whoa. If anything were to happen to me, before you slip.
I would have picked up on that.
The worst part was that wasn't intentional. That was just. Nope. Okay, I'm good. If anything were to happen to me, just ask around for a guard named Ajax, and just let him know.
Who is he to you? Why haven't I ever heard this name before?
He's a friend. And I honestly hadn't realized I hadn't told him about you before. I told
Nope.
you.
He is a friend.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm so glad we're not on camera. My eyes got red. No, he's just someone I befriended in town, and I don't know, we just started hanging out at the tavern after we got done with our jobs or whatever, and he's just someone to talk to. But I mean, he knew I was going on this job, but I wouldn't want him to worry.
Okay, well, obviously it won't come up because you will be fine.
I mean, right?
I'm glad you told me. I'm sorry I never asked before.
Actually, Dreamer. It's not that you didn't ask. I probably didn't. I don't know. But you know what? If we get through all this, I'll tell you all about it.
And she smiles and she says, "Deal." But I gotta go catch up with Uther. And Wander. What? No, I gotta go. And she skips off.
Nyx is gonna wait at the well and wait for Lorian to come out of the blacksmithy and then walk with him up to Samash's.
Okay. So yeah. Uther and Wander, do you want to have do anything before Naira caught up with you on your way to Shamash's?
Maybe not do anything. I will say that before we get to Samash's, Wander will break off and head towards the road and Sula.
Okay. Uther, are you going to follow him, or are you going to wait for Naira and continue on your way to Shamash's?
I just think it would be pretty cool to get you like sometimes pirates have instead of pirates or parrots, they're little monkeys. Oh, we're going that way. All right. So they'll have to bring like rum bottles and stuff and like cigarettes. It's pretty great.
Okay. So, yeah, Naira, you are able to catch up with Uther and make the pair of you make your way to Shamash's. Before we get to that, though, Wander, you make your way down the now familiar path to Faithful Subal's Grove, where you find him in his accustomed spot tending to the shrines.
Sit down in the same spot that he had been the previous night when he was creating. And I guess Sula would probably hear there would just be a small click that he would hear, like the neck area of Wander. And just this almost calming harmonic go out of Wander as he utters a prayer in Celestial.
Okay. Yeah, he actually pauses what he's doing and kind of stops to watch you. How long is your prayer? Like in terms of like how long do you pray for?
It would probably be like a solid minute or two.
Okay. As you finish, he is watched and listened to this whole thing with apparent fascination. What is your prayer, and do you offer it to anyone in particular?
It's almost childlike the way he phrases it, but it's the essence of it is please protect those I care about, but protect those I don't even more, as I am here to watch over them. And at the end of it, he kind of says something along the lines of, are the goblins and their ilk evil, or is it simply easier to believe that they are?
Okay. As you finish your prayer, he's standing there watching you with a very apparent understanding and fascination on his face. And as you kind of, look up from your prayer, he is watching you and he simply says, "A fine prayer. What are you?"
A click will happen again and the tone will cut off. And he'll say, I am Wander.
A good enough answer, I suppose. I've lived many years, seen many beings pass through this grove. Never one like you. And, I wish they all offered such worthy prayers. Whatever you wander for, whatever you seek, I hope you find it. As to your question, I cannot speak for the gods, but I have some wisdom of my own, if you would care to hear it.
Yes.
You wish those you care about, those around you, to be protected, yes?
Yes.
Why?
They are family.
And you believe this to be good?
Yes. He'll kind of look up for a second, say it again. Yes. We're assured.
In my experience, those that wish to take good out of the world can only seek to fill it with evil. I will.
People there in silence for a moment.
He just kind of watches you for a moment longer, and unless you say anything else, he nods and says, I did not mean to intrude. As I said, I have never seen or even heard of anything like you before. And, well, that which is unique is always precious. Especially when it seeks what you do. I wish you the best. And thank you again for what you do for this town and for the honor that you have done to my grove. Okay. Uther, Naira, you approach the now familiar house of Shamash. The door, as normal, is standing ajar. From within, you can hear the kind of faint roaring of various furnaces, and the chimney belches the familiar, many-colored, many-sparked plume of smoke. Oh, my friends, yes! Come on in. I am always happy to see customers returning. I hear you had quite the adventure last night.
Goblin.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Oh, 1 second.
No, I like honesty.
I had heard a little that, I had hoped it had been, something of a panic over nothing, but I guess there's no hope of that anymore. I'll do whatever I can. I suppose I'd best go talk to Cloven at some point, find out what his plans are, but what can I do for you in the meantime?
Well, actually, good news. We've already spoken to Cloven, and
We can tell you what his plans are.
Oh, well, please, by all means. What's going to be happening?
We're trying to blow a bridge with a bunch of goblins on it. We heard you might be just the man to speak about such nature.
Yes! Yes. No, I can definitely help you with that. What bridge? How big a boom? How many goblins?
Preferably as big a boom as I can carry.
Okay,
For the size and strength of the bridge, I don't know, so I kind of rather have more than less in this particular spot.
Okay. How strong are you? Here. And he like grabs a barrel and kind of hands it to you. Here, can you carry this?
12?
What's your carrying capacity?
Let me see, 12?
I think it's 15 times through 12, so that would be 180. Yeah. Like it's a small cask that feels like it's filled with some kind of like powder or earth. And so yeah, you're able to kind of it's a bit hefty. It probably weighs 30-40 pounds, but you're able to sort of carry it without too many difficulties. Would something like that suffice?
How many of these do you have?
Oh, well, that is certainly a facsimile of what I might be able to put together for you. But if that kind of weight and size would be sufficient, I can have something ready for you in, an hour or so, I imagine.
Can you make it extra nasty?
Oh, well, what exactly do you mean by extra nasty? I can...
Kind of leaving it up to you. We need to scare them off. If you can make it so it creates a big cloud of something, or perhaps stink.
Oh, yes.
You can think to add to it.
Well, it just so happens that those mushrooms you provided me earlier, when properly processed, will create a fog that, when burned, will create not only an unholy stench, but make you see God, either figuratively or literally.
Let's do some of that too. That sounds very spicy.
Well, this is certainly a happier day than I had thought. Yes, return in an hour or so. I will have something very special prepared for you. That I can promise. Oh. Yes, many ideas, many things to make. Okay. And he turns around and starts just like opening up drawers and pulling out things. It seems pleased as punch with the particular job that you have given him.
Naru's just enjoying. Oh, sorry.
Just saying, he's like, I can use my ultimate power. I've always wanted
It's
to
like,
do it.
it's the best day ever.
Naru's just enjoying watching Uther lift heavy things.
Okay, so yes, you leave Shamash hard at work. He's like actually just full-blown whistling as he works now, in a very different mood than the somewhat nervous one that you found him in.
I think you've made his day.
You make something of then I think he might have made my day as well.
Are you not a little bit scared?
Raises his eyebrow as he turns towards you. It's not showing at all, is it?
No.
Good. Fear is contagious. So's many other things that happen in battle. But so's having a bit of courage. That'll spread too. But I do believe we'll survive this. Just like what was his name? So much better than his name. General Arclight, I think he said. It was one of his earlier campaigns. Didn't expect so many people. You get it. We can do this.
Yes, and if it was a distraction technique you were working on, it was. She immediately goes, "Oh yes," and starts regaling you again, probably with a story you've already heard.
As you start going, you just say, just think, Naira, you already know it. You already have the answer in your head. Just think what General Arclight or Stoneblade.
No, I have words that I read in a book. This is not the same as having all these people look at me like I can save their lives.
You don't think you can? I'm pretty sure you're going to.
Well, I would trust you.
Good. I trust you, so trust yourself. Sometimes you gotta make a call. And I think you're gonna make some really good ones. Wander.
Assuming this is where like we all catch it.
Yeah, you guys all meet up again in front of the Fox and the Hound, having returned from your various errands, and just superb roleplay for so far for the session, guys. Anybody who does not have inspiration already, you do now. That was fantastic character work by all of you. And as you reconvene and share the results of your various individual errands, we are going to take a quick bio break in real life. Top up your drinks, use the restroom. We will reconvene in 5 minutes.
Awesome.
Okay, so we you guys have gathered together again in front of the Fox and the Hound. Having returned from your various errands, you have about an hour now before Shamash is going to have the payload ready. Is there anything else you wish to accomplish in that time?
Wander would actually like if she has tiny bit white cloth.
Who are you
Did you
asking
say
this to?
Naira?
Or,
Madam Yannicka.
oh, yes, yeah, like they've got tablecloths, they've got several like spare shirts and the like. They're certainly able to produce a length of white cloth for you. Like, how much are you looking for in terms of like square footage or square meters?
Like literally a tiny bit, like enough to wrap around a wrist.
Oh yeah, like absolutely, like, you know, she, you know, a handkerchief is produced, or a white scarf is produced and provided to you without any question.
That's perfect. Then he'll turn to the group and say, "Are we going today?"
I don't see it right now.
And then he will wrap the tiny bit of white cloth around his own wrist, yeah. And he'll mutter some things to himself that kind of just sound like wood clicking together. And he will cast Aid, and as he does, the same little white cloth will appear on Lorium, Nyx, and Naira. Except it'll look kind of like the symbol of Tempest, but the sword will be behind the shield. So there's just the hilt coming up from the back of it. And with the Aid, everyone's HP that has that cloth on, except for me, because I'm not targeting myself, will increase by 5 for the next 8 hours.
Is this the one that does temporary or does our max?
This is your max.
Oh.
So your max HP, you are also healed for 5 so you gain 5 HP until the spell ends, which is 8 hours.
Gotcha. Thank you for Lorian Nix. And I would get Uther, but I can't.
It's okay. Uther will deflect them with his quick hit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it seemed to work for him pretty well so far.
Yeah. Magic envelops Lorian, or look at you and nod.
Thank you. It's a fancy tree.
It is a gift.
Thank you for sharing it.
Nyx will just reach out and put his hand on Wander's shoulder and just say, "You know, buddy, you're the best of us."
A spring flies out of his chest.
Myra, the dreamer.
Yeah, sure. If we're talking gifts and such, I guess this would be the point where Lorian would bring it up to you. Where's it? And especially since Wander is right there. I saw what you tried to do with the arrow and the fire. One of the rangers in my, group in the past, he had a quiver made that basically he'd wrap his arrows right along the tips to the shaft. Shut up. He would wrap them in cloth, and at the bottom of the quiver there'd be a pint of oil. And he set it up so that there was a V-shaped flint stone at the top of the quiver, so when he draw them, he drew it across the flint, and it would ignite.
Nyx's eyes have gotten like real big, and he's like listening intently. I have no idea how to make that happen, but that sounds amazing.
Just an idea to make later.
Thanks, senpai.
What is that, like gnomish or something?
Yep.
It's actually a biscuit.
I understand that.
Cursed phrase, cursed phrase. Okay.
No, Nyx will actually just say, "Oh, thanks, Lorium. I knew you had a big old soft heart," and then he'll like take 5 steps away for the incoming.
You saw it. His shoulder and elbow buckled back.
So, is there anything else that you wish to accomplish with the hour remaining to you, or are you guys just going to kind of hang around, assist with the work parties and the like?
Is Cloven still out and about?
Yes, yeah. You actually see him kind of moving around, fairly energetically. Obviously, he's doing his part to keep the work parties on task and to help out wherever he can. He's this giant, very imposingly strong half-orc. So, this time that you see him, he's just striding across the square with what looks to be a series of felled bows, just hold over on one shoulder as he's walking them over toward Hallin's smithy.
Nyx is just gonna walk up and just say, I was taking a look over at y'all's well, and it may not be a good idea, but if you wanted to put like a false bottom, reach it from the top. If you wanted to, you could put some like extra like weapons or potions or things so people could get to them quickly.
For cash. I don't fancy we'll be doing much fighting in the square, but if you intend to, let me know what you'd like down there. I'll make it happen.
Well, think about it. Keep up the good work.
You too.
And then he'll just come back to the group.
Okay. Yeah. As you guys kind of prepare yourselves for your journey, you have a few minutes to obviously retrieve your mounts and everything like that. You can see the town has been energized, but evidently by the work that's been given to it. Whereas this morning there was this sort of tense, hesitant expectation in the air, like a stillness that seemed to, an expectant stillness that had seemed to grip this community. Now, everywhere you look, basically everybody is very actively engaged in the various work orders that you've given, and seem to be doing everything they can to prepare the defenses as you've described. You see groups of people, even kids with shovels, starting to dig out some of the pits, while other parties start to lash together barricades and stakes. Others are kind of sharpening some of the smaller branches, ready to be placed at the bottom of some of the pits as you described. Just the sheer existence of this spark of hope that this plan has given seems to have energized and reinvigorated them in a way that you find quite remarkable, really. There's evidently a very strong sense of community. They were just needed some kind of animus to give them a direction, and you're able to see this play out for the next hour. Until you estimate that the time has come to that Shamash will probably have had your package prepared at this point.
Well, it's a good thing. I suppose it's a good sign that his house hasn't blown up yet.
Well, he has the entire night. I'm sure he'll do something. Are we still in front of the tavern?
Yeah, you guys can be pretty much wherever. You guys can be passing this time pretty much wherever or however you want.
Nix will just go up to Zavara and just let him know where we're headed, in case Anarian asks and is looking for us.
Okie dokie. He promises to pass along the message.
Let's go. I'm sorry.
Just super quick. Runs in as he's like, listen, this is super important. This might involve the saving of the entire world, not only this town.
I
need some wood carver's tools. Listen to me. They're worth gold. You probably got them somewhere.
yes. Right, yes, sure. And he just very urgently rushes back, throws open a cabinet and starts dumping tools into a bag that he just practically throws. Here. This should do everything you need.
Thank you. As I just hand him the tools. You have no idea what food has done for the world. And then I'm going to just turn and head out.
I'm happy to help. You hear this entirely befuddled voice left in your wake.
And then I rejoin the group. Hey.
I want to think that you just scammed them, but I'm not really sure.
Okay.
I literally paid him double what it was worth. And he's convinced he saved the world. Like,
Good day for him.
I'm not lying. I slightly believe it. So let's see.
Neck in his shop, like next to the framed gold piece, his first gold piece, he now has a plaque that says, "I saved the world."
Oh, I got a lousy plaque.
I helped.
Yeah, on this day, Tools from this shop save the entire world. Okay, yeah, so you are able to retrieve those very easily in your singular manner during the hour. Yeah, eventually the time comes for you to go and retrieve your package from Shamash. As your group makes its way over.
Could we have grabbed the horses on our way?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, Samash, you mad, wondrous bastard. Show me what you've got, and tell me how I set this thing off.
As you enter,
How far I shoot you away.
as you enter, he kind of turns around. He's got this big, slightly manic grin on his face, and his whole front half is just caked in soot and blackened, except for like these patches around his eyes where he's evidently been wearing goggles that are kind of attached to his front. The lens is just completely blackened. He goes, "Oh yes, oh my yes, it is ready indeed." And he lifts what looks to be the same cask that he had you hold earlier, but slightly heavier this time. Like he hefts it a little bit. Boomf. And oh, don't worry about jostling it. Until you like this, it is absolutely harmless. But for goodness sake, by all the pillars, if this is lit, be somewhere else. All you will need to do, and you see that there's a cork has been rammed into the kind of hole at the top of the cask. And there is a length of cord that seemed to be flecked with like little kind of silvery metallic bits that comes out and winds around the lid a little bit. And he says, once you light this, you will have, well, currently it's cut to 30 seconds to get at least, well, I imagine it'll blow your hair back a little bit, just 50 feet or so, but you should be safe enough.
When he says the distance, Nyx will look to Naira.
Okay.
Oh, I guess I should explain that. No, sorry. She's just the fastest of us. She would be good light and run.
That is true. I can. Does it have a wick?
Yes, he's pointed to the fuse at the top, which, at its current length, he has said will give you 30 seconds if you light it from the end.
Cut it in half.
Maybe.
2 and a bit.
Or if we just get rid of the wick and we just like shoot it with a firebolt or something, right?
That's what I was thinking. If anybody has fire bolt or oil.
I do not have fire. That's fine.
I have oil.
I don't have fire, but Nyx is right. I can run really fast when I want to. In 6 seconds, I can run.
One turn.
Yeah.
I like that
I
idea.
get it.
I'm not gonna lie.
She just cuts the wick all the way down to the base. It's like, well, here we go.
As he hears you kind of having this discussion, Shamash goes, I can certainly trim the wick for you to a very precise measurement if you like. This cord is of my own design and burns very stably. I can ensure that you have the exact amount of time that you desire.
You want to use one round?
He's just kind of wielding a
I need
little
to be
knife
able to
and
get
holding the
50.
cord in the other one.
The only question that I have regarding that, because I will get screwed over, because I remember it being described as difficult sounding terrain.
Oh, well, that's on like a macro scale.
Okay.
it's not easy terrain to like drive a road through, for example. The individual sections of land are, just hills and countryside. Certainly nothing to somebody of your agility. There are patches, obviously, of like brambles and the like that would be difficult terrain, but by and large you can move fairly freely.
Then yeah, I would say cut it down to probably about 6 seconds. That's all I need to get out of the way.
Goodness me, you must be light on your feet. Absolutely then. And he kind of goes, he takes out like a small stick that you can see has been notched. He's like, there, that should do it. And trims the wick and kind of pushes the barrel over to you slightly and goes, now, please do let me know how it goes. I've never tried this particular concoction before, but you asked for nasty, and you got nasty. I would recommend giving, after the detonation, at least a minute or so for the fumes to clear before you try and venture in too close.
A biobomb.
Listen, if the goblins were willing to face off against us, honorable combat, 7 by 7 or that side of number, I'd do it, but you gotta do what you can to survive.
Oh my, yes, no, I fully understand. You will not have any complaints from me about fairness. Anything that we can do to smoke those little bastards, you let me know.
Well, speaking of, would you happen to dabble in poisons?
He kind of goes, I mean, I can maybe try my hand. Roll an insight check.
I don't know that I need to. I think I yeah, 1 second.
You would have a feeling this is the first time he has tried his hand, as it were.
Nix will say, well, I've dabbled a little bit myself, so if you wanted to give me the materials, I'm sure I could create some.
Oh, well, yes. Colvin and the madam, they have explained to me exactly the circumstances that we face, and, well, my storeroom is open to you. If it will save my shop, I will empty the thing. Anything that you would like, you may take.
Okay, then I have an above-the-table question.
Okay.
Because my poisoner's feat says that I have to do 50 gold worth of stuff. If he's giving this stuff for free, can I just collect 50 gold worth of stuff?
Yes. You can definitely... in fact...
Can I collect 100 gold worth?
Roll a d4. You can collect 2 doses worth. So 100 gold.
Oh, wait. Are you wanting to limit me to doses? Because I think right now I get 2 doses per 50.
Oh, well then 4 doses. So I basically, whatever segment of goods you needed to process in your poisoner's kit, you have 2 of. So if it's 50 gold a pop, you have 100 gold worth of ingredients.
Keeping himself calm, he will thank Smash, turn around and see what I assume is his sister in a very specific way, and he'll just say, well, I guess I learned it at the same place you learned how to fight, and then keep walking.
She would be like, well, you didn't attend Servette. But, no, seriously, Nix, what business does a squire have with poisons?
Well, that's the eternal riddle, isn't it? What business does a squire have with poisons? What makes a graven like a writing desk. Every little bit helps. This is when I fail. Watch it. He sees you looking at you.
It's too
I learned it
perfect.
from my friend Ajax.
Oh, okay.
And I'm guessing that 23 was good enough to cover that lie.
Yes, it was.
Awesome. And
She'll believe anything you say.
after he said that, I think he might just glance over in the direction of Uther, like really quickly, and then continue about his business.
Uther would just be watching.
I figured.
Okay. So, you guys have collected your shipment from Shamash. Do you have any more business in Aldwell to complete before you head north towards the bridge that has been marked on your map?
Yes.
Okay. What would you like to do?
Oh, no, sorry. I thought you said, do you want to go to this bridge?
Ah, right.
So I was like, yes, let's go.
Okay, yeah. You begin your journey north. You made your cartography tools check earlier. It wasn't technically for this, so yeah, go ahead and roll me another cartography tools check to find your way.
Okie doke.
Can I give her guidance on that?
Yeah.
You've got the D4.
Thank you.
I just want, like, Wander to wake up and be like, downloading new accent. Oi, you got a D4?
You get that fucking D4.
Ooh, can we download?
21.
21. Okay, yeah, you are definitely able to chart that with the extra detail that you got from the map, as well as your own realizations about the kind of geometry of the local geography. You're definitely able to pick out the best route there, and you're going to make very quick progress on your journey north.
I think that was the same number she got on the other joke.
It is.
Consistency.
You were going to say something though, Nix.
Oh no, I was just
No?
gonna
Okay.
say, can we download Homer Simpson? How do we get him to tell us where we're going?
How do I get the Homer Simpson extension?
It's a paid DLC, I'm afraid. Don't! Okay, so as you begin your journey north, are you guys just riding openly? How are you kind of traveling, and what are you? What kind of precautions, or if any, or anything like that, are you taking as you journey?
That pass without a trace would be nice, right?
How long does Pass Without Trace last?
That was an hour, right?
I think it's just an hour.
Oh, okay, yeah. So no, he would need to come with
Also
you.
required him to be there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, no, yeah, never mind then.
He's the focal point.
He is the pass.
I don't know. Do we want to try to be stealthy about it, or do we just want to try to get there and then as quickly as possible?
Are we passing by where we saw those scouts?
No, they were further off to the west than the route that you would be taking. However, if Nyx voices this question, Naira, with that cartography tools check, you would be able to move at normal speed whilst taking a relatively stealthy route. You would be able to guide them along kind of terrain features that would conceal them from the majority of eyes, while still allowing you to move fairly quickly.
Oh, well, how nice. I can be helpful.
Damn you, good. Alright. Follow those features so we can stay stealthy within
So, Naira, you're going to say something in response?
No.
Okay. In that case, Nyx, you are the lead scout. Go ahead and roll stealth with advantage because you're being assisted by the party. Or, well, essentially by Naira with her cartography tools check.
You said stealth, right?
Stealth, yes. Ooh.
This is because I lied earlier, isn't it?
You know what? Can we just give you the unlucky feat? Just we get to choose when you have to reroll.
Technically, what?
Nothing. I'm sorry.
We're so stealthy, you guys.
Really efficient.
I mean, you are a large party, all mounted, all riding together, so it does make sense that you do stick out a little. But for the first hour or so, you travel north fairly easily, staying en route for the bridge. Are you all traveling as a group together?
I would assume so.
Yeah, Nyx isn't gonna run ahead. this
Okay.
I would mention to Nyx though, just in case things don't go according to plan, because Lorium always likes to have backups. We can go ahead and set up a single arrow that you can use if you'd like. This is the Nyx.
Nyx is just like nodding his head, like yes, yes.
Just
We fire.
in case Naira can't be in the vicinity for whatever reason. Or if they start chasing us and we have to just drop it and shoot. You got any cloth?
Did you ask that to the group or to one person in particular?
I asked it to Nyx, but it would be open.
All I have is some rope.
Well, you've got a you do have like a mess kit and camping gear, which would definitely
I have a
contain
healer's kit. It's got
bandages.
it's got-
Perfect.
That's why I was asking. I was like, hold on a second.
A bandage roll would actually be perfect for what he described to you.
Well, I've got a few of these. Will they help?
Yeah, those will do quite nicely, actually.
And she tosses it to you.
Oh shit. But he's like, he'll hand it to Nyx and say, "I'm not the most dexterous, so just do what I tell you." And he would essentially describe, well, also that the shafts to flame arrow should be a bit thicker, but for just a moment it would work at not too far of a distance. He would describe you to wrap the bandages around, where the arrow tip is. Leave that unhindered, wrapping it around the two basically edges of the triangle. And then a good portion, about 2 inches down the shaft, in a nice, basically thick wrapping. So you would just coat that in oil, take a tinderbox, light it, and then just go to fucking town.
I go ahead and soak it in oil now?
No.
Fair enough.
Okay. Yeah, I
Get
mean,
a little closer, be like,
you can prep this very, very easily and have like your flask of oil kind of ready out of your pack and readier than it would otherwise be. So it would be a move action to kind of prep the arrow, and then an action to fire it.
Awesome.
Although, well, it would be a move action to prep the arrow. If there was flame like available next to you, it would be a free action to ignite it. Otherwise, it would be an additional either action or move to kind of use your tinderbox to light the arrow once it had been prepped.
How long does the arrow have? You said it needed a thicker shaft. How long would these arrows have to burn?
That's up to the DM, because in real life, if it's just a basic arrow, that shit will burn decently quick. It's not meant for long range.
Yeah,
fun
like-
in archery range.
Like if you tried to kind of do an arcing shot for 100 feet or so, it would probably have burnt. Like it probably wouldn't last that, but you'd probably get about 60 feet out of it. However, you would, if you were trying to shoot further than 30 feet, you would probably be shooting at disadvantage because of the how unwieldy the arrow has now become with all of the bandages and everything wrapped around it.
All right, good to know. And by the way, the flask and a couple of ball bearings, some other things have gone into various pockets in my cloak.
Okay, putting your new gift to good use. Okay.
By the way, if you're looking at Naira at all, she is watching with intent interest, like she's going to take notes on this. Like, if she could get out her journal, she would, but she's just like, okay, so that's how you do. Okay.
She's gonna have an improved version on your desk tomorrow morning.
It's not even gonna be an arrow. It's gonna be literal flame that you can just shoot.
It's like, well, what I did was I conjured a portal to the elemental plane of fire.
I just opened it
It's
right.
really simple.
I opened it right beside the arrow, so when you shoot, it shoots through.
So, as you are approaching where you believe the bridge to be, based on the map and your discussion with Cloven, are you guys just going to kind of ride up, or are you taking it? What are you doing as you sort of approach the area? You're within, you'd estimate, maybe a mile or so.
When we get within a mile, Nyx will kind of slow down everything and kind of stop for a moment, and just kind of turn to everybody and say, how close do we want to get with the horses? Because I'd prefer to approach on foot, but I don't know how far people feel comfortable booking it.
as far as it's needed for me.
You know me.
Oh, I don't.
Well, then I'd say maybe let's get within half a mile, and then leave the horses and move on foot.
Question: where's Valka?
Oh, he's trotting along quite happily. Unless you guys would have left him back in Aldwell. He's happily, trotting along beside Naira's horse.
He's a good boy, and he knows to guard the horses.
Alright, any other votes?
As he just looks towards the two silent folk. And Uther, if you're speaking, you're muted.
Okay. As you lead the party in, go ahead and make everyone go ahead and make stealth checks with advantage because you're all kind of assisting each other.
Yeah, let's do this, brother.
I can't wait to see Lorium's straight roll.
Yup.
Oh,
Well,
wait,
be-
you're right. It is strength roll. Nope, that's a 10. The first die is a 10.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Well, we're also going to be taking just like a party average.
Ah!
So Uther and Naira.
Hell yeah.
Hell yes. Okay.
Big sneak.
Smooth criminal right there.
Emphasis on the criminal.
I'm not helping. Oh, actually, it's fine.
Good stuff.
Okay, so that's a pretty good average overall.
Cards, man.
Sneaky.
It's because I'm so short.
And people say tall people have the advantage.
Actually don't have the special shit for stealth, huh?
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys are all able to sort of assist each other with approaching in a very quiet manner, using the natural folds in the land and some of the existing undergrowth to approach very carefully and cautiously. As you start to approach, you get your first view of the river itself, running roughly east to west through the ground in front of you, and you do indeed see that there is a fairly, even at this distance, it looks quite old, but solidly made wooden bridge that spans the river, which is for the most part looks to be between about 20 to 40 feet wide, at one of the narrower areas where the current has been pushed in and is flowing a little faster. As I said, there's this wooden construct that spans it, and you see a number of figures moving around it. With those rolls, you're able to approach close enough that you can all very clearly see on the southern bank. There look to be 5 or 6 figures that are roughly the same size as like a human, and about 3 or 4 smaller figures. One large ogre-like figure, and at least one direwolf. While on the opposite bank, you can see a few more moving around. The ground directly in front of the bridge is fairly open. There is a small amount of undergrowth over to the right-hand side on the approach, and across the bridge as well. You see, in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring you all in here, but your characters are about 100 feet or so further back than, or a few hundred feet further back than they will be in this scene. I'm simply doing this so that you guys, as players, can have a reference as to what you're seeing. And I will bring you. And this is roughly the scene that greets you. It looks like at least a few of the figures seem to be actively engaged in working on the bridge. There's these large stakes that have been driven in on either side of it, that new ropes have been wound around from the construct of the bridge to these new stakes, and these figures on the left seem to be engaged and actively, like they've both got moles in their hand that they're using to hammer another stake into the ground, evidently in preparation to continue their efforts to strengthen the bridge.
Thanks for waiting.
Can we tell at this distance that there is the big one?
Yes, yeah. You like from your exposure to them the night before. You can very clearly see that this is an ogre. It seems to be just kind of sitting beside this fire that they've built on the southern bank, just kind of staring at it fairly vacantly. While beside it, two of these larger bugbears are basically just lying passed out on the floor, sunning themselves.
Well, now there's an idea.
Wait, what idea?
Well, Uther made the point earlier that, well, I don't think that ogre's going to be very happy it was controlled.
I might have missed it. Are the ogres wearing collars? That's where she got it, right?
Yes, the collar that she got.
Okay,
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And they're driven by like a metallic spike thing. Is that what it is? Is that what I remember?
There
It's a
is.
metal shard.
Yeah, there's a shard of metal that seems to be sitting at like the base of the skull of whoever is wearing this collar.
If someone, and she looks at Uther and she says, if someone walked over there invisible like, they might be able to get the collar off before anyone noticed. Might be fun.
Uther gives out a very evil laugh. Oh, well now, that is the wondrous idea. Nix, you think you can pull that off? Not volunteering you if you don't want to go, I just think you have the best chance at it.
I heard the ears flatten a little bit. But other than that, she says nothing.
Yeah, I could probably do that. Dreamer, how easy was it to get off?
I had to cut it.
And he will reach into his cloak and pull out what looks to be like a handle, and he pushes the mechanisms, and a blade springs out of it. I think I got that covered.
Well, that's a nifty little tool.
Yeah, apparently I got a secret admirer.
Put a pin in that.
I said, well, where the fuck is my secret admirer?
Your admirer's not being secret, ma'am.
We can know your thoughts.
I wasn't even thinking it.
Sure.
Now you are.
But yeah, I could probably make that happen.
Probably. Nah, you're gonna kill this thing. And by doing it, you're gonna watch as that thing kills a bunch of them. And then, when the rest of them come from their camp up that way, choke point, explosion, big.
Yes.
Won't they notice that everyone's gone? Have you thought about that?
Well, I imagine maybe one or two will rush away, bringing a much larger crowd to try and retake the bridge. Once they make their way here and try and cross, surprise.
I just want to know one thing. Out of here.
That would be exciting.
Would cutting that off constitute as an attack?
Yes, essentially. But because like you are, like you are actively kind of, you're not lifting something from somebody else's person or anything like that. You're actively kind of interfering with their person, and kind of interacting with their equipment. Yes, I would say it would probably break invisibility.
That's gonna be fun.
That's why he's got pounds.
Lauren will just sort of be looking through his eye, but he's doing the cone with the hand, like with a tiny little pinprick hole, just trying to see a little bit farther. Yep. Or a little clearer, and just be like, "Are you sure you can reach that?"
That is a fair question. How tall is an ogre?
The ogre, when standing fully, would probably be around like 12 to 15 feet. This one, though, is kind of sitting and, just, like I said, kind of just vacantly staring at the fire, evidently waiting to be told what to do. And so, like, well, how tall is Nyx? You're like 7.5 feet.
He's so tall. I had him at about like 5'11", I think.
Okay, yeah. Like you'd kind of be reaching up a little bit to do it, but given that it's sitting down, you would probably be able to reach, you estimate, just if you were just standing behind the thing.
I think I could get it. It's gonna be getting out of there that I think's gonna be the fun part.
I think if you can set him off enough time, he'll be more focused on that.
Yeah, what they're saying is right. I think as long as you get out, I agree with Uther there.
Creep up a bit.
Sure would be fun to talk to him, bitch, after he's out of control.
When do we place the explosives?
I assume after they're cleared the fuck out. Question
Shall
is
we
where you
go?
would-
Uther turns towards Nyx. Ready?
Nyx looks at him and then realizes he's gonna boop his nose again and goes, like, just gives like a, it's gonna happen. Nod.
I don't think you got a note either, right? As I give you some barter. And then I boop you on the nose.
He's like starting to say, oh, thanks, and then you boop him. And he doesn't say anything.
Pitter patter, let's get at it.
Okay.
Cause a little mayhem.
So yeah, the now familiar sight. As he taps your nose, there's this shimmer, and you see that as the shimmer spreads over across his body, nothing is left in its wake. And you, Nyx, are invisible. As I said, at this point, your party as a whole is probably about 200 feet back, like 200 to 300 feet back from the bridge, concealed among kind of some shrubbery and broken land that in the lead up to it. Are the rest of you going to stay there while Nyx makes his approach?
I will definitely be creeping up. I'm not gonna leave him that far exposed, you know.
Okay. How close are the rest of you getting then?
Yeah, I would say I'm going for like 60. So.
These are all trees.
Yeah, there's a group of trees over here to the right that's got, and underneath them there's a lot of kind of like scrub and bushes and the like. So you would have cover and a measure of concealment if you were to approach from the right here.
Yeah, he'd definitely be, knowing that he is not a stealthy motherfucker, he would definitely want to go from the thickest concealment.
Okay.
Probably follow suit.
So yeah, put yourselves where you would want to be over there. And all of you go ahead and give me stealth checks, please.
Straight this time, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
Let's do this, brother.
Not terrible. Oh, pretty terrible.
Hey, that's the one that matters.
That is the one that matters.
Oh, you lucky motherfuckers. So yeah, as Nyx patters invisibly away ahead of the group, the rest of you are able to skirt around and creep closer amongst these bushes and trees, approaching in towards this group gathered around the bridge. The only one that appears to be really actively keeping an eye out is the hobgoblin astride the direwolf, who has his bow out and is kind of just casually scanning the southern horizon and landscape, but appears to be unaware of your presence. As Nyx, certainly with a 27, you are able to approach completely unseen thanks to the invisibility, and unheard thanks to your softly placed feet padding over the grass as you move in. And place yourself wherever you would like to be, sir.
So I can just. Okay. I would like to be over here.
Okay, yeah, you're skirting in toward this group. The ogre you see as you approach is indeed wearing a collar, much like the one that your sister took off the previous one that you faced and killed. And is staring just kind of slack-jawed in front of it, while the two bugbears are just kind of like just passed out in the grass, apparently asleep. As you pass, one of them is like scratching itself idly as it suns itself. But you are able to move in behind this ogre without any problems, and you can in fact see the shard of metal shining in the leather thongs of this woven collar.
Right. He's gonna take a second to kind of see where everything is in game terms. I'm gonna let 6 seconds pass so I will have my movement after I do this. And he will reach up and slice the collar.
Okay, go ahead and roll me damage. It will say it's an auto hit because you're just like slicing something that is stationary. So go ahead and roll me damage with sneak attack, yes, just to make sure that you can cleanly slice through this, because it's a fairly tough, thick construction that this collar is made out of, so it is going to be... A 10 will actually do it. It has 10 hit points, so you are lucky you got that 6 there, sir.
And then after I do that, I'm going to bonus action disengage, and then run away.
Okay. Yeah, so you reach up, and like as your hand closes on the collar and your blade comes up, like as they touch the kind of person of the ogre, you see the invisibility shimmer away as you come back into the normal spectrum. Your blade slices quickly, cleanly through the thongs that fall away, and you bound back, and you are able to get that one move action in before everybody needs to roll for initiative.
Stop it with those nat 20s.
No, get him out of the way now.
Oh, there are so many things.
There's another one.
Oh, this was all of them? No. We didn't make any perception checks, my friend. They're in the trees.
It's just all the dice just staying there. I was like, what?
So yeah, as the collar falls away, this like you see the ogre. The rest of you that are watching see the ogre kind of blink briefly for a few moments, and then look up and let out this bellowing, furious roar as this giant gnarled hand tightens around the club next to it, and it begins to lurch up to its feet as the bugbears around it kind of snap awake, and the hobgoblin on its wolf whips around. One of the goblins next to it sees it moving up and is apparently just kind of paralyzed in indecision for a moment, looking back and forth, not moving just yet. The two hobgoblins that had been pounding in the stake, both of them see you, Nyx, leaping backward and running. Both, though, raise their bows and take shots. This one at disadvantage because he is mounted.
What you doing with that range there, Naira?
Does a 16 hit?
No, my armor class is 17.
So yeah, both of the arrows as you duck backward. And Naira, you are up first.
I'm just trying to. There it is. Okay, yeah. So Naira is going to draw her rapier, which again you guys are starting to hear a familiar humming sound as she does so, and flicks it in this general direction and throws a shatter to hit the two goblins and I think that bugbear.
Yep, yeah, 10-foot radius, you can definitely hit all of them.
So that is what I'm gonna do.
Okay, and they need to make a constitution save?
Yes.
Okay.
That'll go there.
Yeah, that definitely comfortably hits all three of them. The bugbear, being like just quick coming awake and unprepared for this sudden assault, is rolling with disadvantage. And I think all three of them there fail. Oh, no, it's DC 14, so one of the goblins was apparently quick enough on its feet, but go ahead and roll your damage. Oof. So yeah, one of the goblins is just blasted back by the spell, falling into the shadows, dead as a doornail. The other, that was slightly faster, is still up, but certainly looking the worse for wear, as it's just showered in embers and splinters from the fire, whilst the bugbear similarly rolls, snarling painfully to the side, peppered with debris. Uther, you're up.
And I'm going to Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Which one in particular? That one?
This guy right here.
Okay, yep, 17 certainly hits. Roll your attack, or roll your damage rather.
4 points of damage.
Okay, this one actually seems to be a fairly hardy member of its kin. You're wondering if perhaps it's some kind of leader among them or anything. The blast hits it and it kind of reels back for a moment, then snarls and snatches up its bow.
And then I'll just say, checking what I see. Lorium, don't forget that I inspired you. And you'll get inspired.
Okay, so the wounded bugbear kind of rolls to its feet, snatching up its club, snarling at you, Naira, and charging forward. But as it kind of scrambles to its feet and lunges, behind it, the ogre's club comes up as it bellows again.
Yes, chaos.
But disoriented by its sudden freedom, the club thunders into the ground, and the bugbear is able to rush forward and take a swing with its own spiked club. Ooh, for a 23.
That is a hit. And Naira is going to she's gonna throw out some cutting words.
Okay.
And reduce that damage thumb.
Okay, yeah. Roll your d6. Oh, very nice, yeah. Whatever you say.
She said, oh, how cute, you're trying your best.
Even apparently not understanding the words, they seem to have a great deal of effect, and yeah, its blow that should have at least cracked your ribs seems to just kind of glance off the sparkle of your mage armor without too much effect. And Nyx, you're up.
Alrighty then. Seeing that, Nyx is going to run up beside his sister, and as he's doing that, he's gonna pull his short sword out, and he's gonna attack this fucker.
Okie dokie.
If you go to the other side, you get flanked.
Yeah, you've definitely got enough movement if you want to.
Yep.
Oh, you need to be one to the north in order to get flanking. There you go.
Yep, I moved myself too far.
Too excited.
Ooh.
Oh, God.
But no, yeah, it's actually wearing like this collection of kind of thick plates and hides that you're used to seeing on these creatures, and you sort of can't quite find purchase. You do still have your dagger, though.
Yep. Bonus action!
Yes, 22 certainly hits. And you haven't had your sneak attack yet, so you do get it on this attack.
Hell yeah.
13 damage does it. How do you take him out, sir?
What happens is he tries to like go for a stab at the body, and realizing that doesn't work, he just goes, oh fuck it, and reaches the dagger around the front of him and just slices open his throat.
Ooh.
Sorry, sister.
Nasty. The direwolf on the northern edge of the bridge lets out this ravenous, violent howl, spinning and carrying it and its rider 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. To bounding all the way across to there, but unable to go any further just yet. As this goblin spins, recovering from your Eldritch Blast, will raise its bow and take a pot shot at you, Uther. Oh, and yes, indeed. For 7 points of damage, as you see that this is one of the finer quality short bows that a few of their number are carrying, delivering its arrow into you.
Never mind.
Okay. And this direwolf will also lunge forward toward you, snapping its teeth. It does not get advantage because you slew the one that it would be flanking with. And you are able to duck aside from its maul. The other bugbear, confused by the behavior of its erstwhile ally, but with obvious enemies ahead of it, will also try and move forward to engage you. The ogre, having already used its reaction, does not get an attack of opportunity, and so the bugbear will swing at you. Ooh, for 21.
I mean, yeah, that one hits.
9 points of damage. Lorium, you're up.
Alright, he's gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 right there. And I believe this guy's... Yep, so this is gonna be at disadvantage. Do I have to state that I'm using Bardic Inspiration before or after the roll?
I can't remember.
So I believe the technicality is you can roll it and then decide whether to use it after you see what the roll is, but not before you know whether it hits or not.
That sounds right, yes.
How do I roll disadvantage on D&D Beyond? Because I can't put the item in my sheet here.
Oh, just roll twice and we'll take the lower.
Okay.
Oh.
Disadvantage.
No, yeah, we do. You are not, fortunately, at risk of hitting either of your allies in combat. But yeah, your javelin just sails high and wide, sticks into the ground beside him.
Well, shit, that's 1 of 3.
That's his turn.
Okay. The hobgoblin here raises his bow, but being mounted, it being an unwieldy weapon for such a thing, will fire at disadvantage. And the arrow flies far, high, and wide. As this one also turns. The two by the one of the others by the bridge turns and will rush down into combat, drawing its sword, but unable to take a strike at you this turn. This goblin has already gone.
I'm actually going to use my skirmisher reaction to move away from that cluster.
Okay, yeah, you can move 15 feet then.
Good fucking decision.
Right? I was sitting there going,
Oh, remember you got that HP too, the max plus.
Oh yeah, that's why that 9 point of damage didn't like affect me. That's hard.
So yeah, you guys all see now the ogre again taking a firmer grip on its club, lets out another great, enraged, bellowing roar and lumbers forward with club upraised and brings it smashing down toward this bugbear. Hitting.
Yes, ogre.
Oh boy.
Can we keep him? Looking at those test scores, maybe not.
But the blow does crash into the shoulder of the bugbear, which snarls in pain itself. Still on its feet, but clearly winded by the blow. Wander, you're up.
Sweet. Okay. I'm going to use my action to go to. I might actually. So first I'll move there. First I'll move here. Yeah. And then I'll use my bonus action to cast a spiritual weapon.
Okay, where are you placing it? Just hover your cursor and I will put the...
Right here.
I can't actually... Oh, well, your cursor is over here for me.
Oh, wow.
Over
yeah, I'm
here.
putting it over there. I'll move to where I'm putting my cursor.
Okay, yeah, and then put yourself back. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm putting
Founder's just being weird. Okay, perfect.
Then I'll move back.
Boop. Okay.
The familiar blade with the certain chainsaw appears. Slightly faded gear. And I'll go ahead and use that to attack. Let's see.
You've got...
I'll do the hobgoblin.
Hobgoblin? Okay.
So, 12.
12 unfortunately does not hit as it throws its shield up and fends off the blow.
And then I will use my action to cast Sacred Flame on the same one.
Okay, and that's a dex saving throw, correct?
Yep. Gotta beat a 15.
Which it does not. Roll your damage.
Hell yeah.
Big sacred claim damage.
Ooh. So yeah, apparently focusing on holding back this this weapon, it does not at all react to fire that pours down, and it shrieks in pain as the flames lick at its head and shoulders. And we come back to the top of the round as
May I ask a rules question?
you may.
Just real quick. So if I'm reading this correctly, sneak attack works as long as it's a target of another enemy of the target. So the ogre would grant Naira and I sneak attack.
Yes, yeah. If that is if that's the wording, if it says if it's within 5 feet of another enemy, then yes, absolutely. It is currently certainly within 5 feet of another enemy.
Cool.
So the goblin on the bridge, seeing this fight break out, and the apparent betrayal by the ogre that was the linchpin of their position here, raises a primitive-looking horn to its lips, and somebody roll me a d4.
Not it.
Oh, I'll do it.
Tyler and I are too used to this.
Well, 2. Okay, good to know.
2 rounds before the unholy forces pour down upon us.
And this hobgoblin here, again, raises its bow, tries its luck again. Nyx, you are closest. But, once again, you prove too nimble to pin down. As the hobgoblin wolf rider here draws its sword, having lowered its bow, and it apparently readies an action to attack once its wolf pulls it forward, but is unable to do so before Naira. Your go.
Naira is going to steady aim
Okay.
with her crossbow that she gets out, and she's gonna fire at the this dude right here.
The bugbear.
The
Okay.
bugbear. Yeah.
Roll your attack with advantage.
20.
20 absolutely hits. Roll with sneak attack.
You'll have to tell me later how to add that to the, I guess, situational bonus, but right now I'll just do it this way.
Ooh, good start.
Thirteen.
13. Okay, yeah, like. Yeah, your bolt takes it like right above the collarbone under to the neck, and the blood gouts out as it's reeling from the blow to its back. It is still on its feet, but blood is just gouting out of this wound that you've created. Is that your turn?
Yep, that's it.
Uther, you're up.
We can't hear you if you're talking.
Seeing them crowd up ever so nicely together. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, if you were to shift it one over to the left, you get, or to the right rather, you get all three of them. And technically the ogre too.
I mean, to be fair though, it's probably gonna attack us after it gets mad. It like finishes getting mad at them.
You don't know that. Maybe he's a friend.
Why are you speaking?
I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Get everybody in there.
Okay. So they all need to make the DC 15 Constitution saving throw. The Hobgoblin has certainly failed, so go ahead and roll your damage. Or the Bugbear, rather, has certainly failed.
Don't use dead as head.
Damages.
Not bad.
So both of the Hobgoblins have also failed.
And the wolf now.
Yeah. And the Ogre. Okay, so the Wolf makes its save.
Now we're right here.
The Ogre, last but not least, also fails. Wow, so
A lot of tens.
the Hobgoblin on its feet is just rocked back and forth by these, by the spells that have battered it. It is still reeling on its feet, but still up. The Hobgoblin astride the Wolf similarly is left reeling on its last legs, blood starting from its features, as the Bugbear is thrown aside and collapses to the floor from the force of the concussion. Why is that not? There we go. And the Ogre similarly reels back, bellowing in pain, but certainly knocked down simply from that. Is there anything else you wish to do on your turn, sir?
Just run up behind Naira so can't get flanked. And in my turn.
Nyx, you're up.
Alrighty then. Nyx is gonna move 15 feet to get on the other side of this hobgoblin. And first he's gonna take a swing at the hobgoblin rider with his short sword.
Okie dokie.
See what you're doing.
If I hit,
An 11 does not, unfortunately.
mistake. I'll just continue with what I was doing, and with his offhand, he will take the switchblade dagger and try to attack the hobgoblin to his right.
On foot. Okay.
Hell yeah.
20 hits. Roll your damage.
Hell yeah.
That is enough.
I thought it might be.
How do you end him?
You're
It's...
just gonna.
Go ahead,
I was
say
gonna
it.
say you're just gonna spray more blood at me, aren't you?
No! I'm gonna spray more blood. I'm just gonna, like, puncture where his carotid is, and pull out, and it's gonna spray onto the wolf and the other hobgoblin.
Okay, yeah, you just bring your knife down, quick in and out, and this gout of blood follows it. And like he's already reeling from these spell attacks, and he just kind of seems to sag almost gratefully to the ground and collapse.
And I'm gonna stay here. I don't want to get 2 attacks of opportunity.
Which places you perfectly for the rampaging onslaught of this direwolf and its rider, as they are carried forward. And the direwolf snaps at you with its jaws. Ooh.
I don't think that one hits.
Who has it? Who has it? Reaction. Still very
Yes.
Okay.
We need a grave cleric in here. Like, no.
Yes.
Okay, still hits, but yeah, just as the jaws are about to close directly on your neck, Uther's words ring out and it flinches slightly and its jaws find your shoulder instead. Still dealing 13 points of damage.
Is this the stuff that I have to roll a strength thing for?
Oh, yes, you do. Thank you for the reminder. Why, yes, we do have homework today.
I'm gonna use my, because you gave us all inspiration.
I did.
earlier.
And you also have critspiration for this session, by the way. Don't forget, because you did the second thing.
Thank you for reminding me during the middle. Okay.
Could you make sure to remind me next time because I have never fucking used it.
19 passes. You are not thrown prone.
Thank God the first one was a 5.
This goblin here, having blown its horn the previous turn, now seems to be backing hurriedly away, raises its bow and looses an arrow. Nix, you are the only one that is close enough that it is a clear, or you are the closest one that is a clear enemy to it, so you are, however, far enough away. Oh, are you 80 feet? You are more than 80 feet, so it will be attacking with disadvantage.
Oh my God.
Fortunately for you. Or, oh no, oh wow, that was still 20. I thought that was a 6. Yeah, so, okay.
That'd have been my roll.
Why couldn't we be like, I think another level up and have uncanny dodge?
For 5 points of damage from that arrow.
He's too far away for me to do anything about it either.
However, the direwolf that turns to him is not. As it will also
Going down, you guys.
try and attack. For 23.
Anybody got anything?
Naira, you got so many barbed 2 electric maybe?
What's
I
it?
do have so many
What's-
barbs, but I don't think I'm gonna use it.
Okay.
How it is.
It's not.
Modifier? Yeah, I'm unconscious.
No, I am gonna try and use my cutting words on that.
Okay.
It still shows that you have your temp HP too, by the way. I don't know if you're cutting that off, but
Yeah, because you didn't increase your max. You've actually just added there's 5. So you're actually on 10, not 5 right now.
Yeah, just to be clear, 8 is permanent HP, it's not temporary.
yeah.
I know, but I put it in the plus max thing, and I had
Yeah, it
32
shows that
points.
way.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I had 32 earlier, and I'm at 5.
Fair enough.
I just reduced it by 5.
I'm still unconscious.
Lorium, however, you are now up, having just watched your comrade be savaged by these massive forms.
Huh.
Yep.
Would you let me?
Would I let you what?
Oh wait, no, that's not even a question. Actually, I can just dash. Yeah, he's dashing, saying next, dashing 60 feet, and he's going to stand over him and say, "Okay, ogre buddy, help kill your captors." He's taking up a defensive stance. That's all he's doing.
Okay, the hobgoblin astride one of the wolves in front of you swings at you with his sword as you arrive. But you are able to contemptuously knock it aside with your shield. As this goblin will also try with its short bow.
Get fucked up.
To no avail. As the ogre lumbers forward again, club upraised, and swings it at the hobgoblin astride the wolf here. With advantage indeed, because it is threatened by Lorium.
I'm about to bless this motherfucker. I don't know.
Oh! And this hobgoblin ends up, like, just is swept off the mount as this club comes in, just knocks it absolutely flying. And you know that scene in the Hulk movie with Tim Roth where he gets kicked and it goes boom, again into the tree? That's exactly what happens to this hobgoblin, as it is just pulped by this insane blow. It had 3 HP left. So it is dead. Let's find out exactly how dead.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it is just this like scrape of red mist over to the left following this blow. And that is the ogre's turn. Wanderer, you're up.
Alright. I'll move right here. And then I'm going to use my bonus action to use the spiritual weapon to hit the direwolf right next to it.
Roll your attack. $16. 16 hits. Roll your damage. Nine. Okay, very nice.
And I will use my action to cast Guiding Bolt.
Ooh, on who?
That's
Or
a
what?
fantastic question. I will cast it on this hobgoblin.
Okay.
Come on, Rhea, hold your energy, don't fail me now.
16 unfortunately does not hit as it throws its shield up at the last moment, and like the energy just kind of dissipates off the boards. They're pretty tough to hit, those guys. They're well armored.
Yeah, tell me about it. That'll be the end of his turn.
Okay. Top of the round, this goblin next to the ogre, recognizing that it is now in fact definitely an enemy, and a very large and imposing one at that, is going to scurry backward using its nimble escape feature to bonus action disengage with 10, 20, 30, and then dash another 30 as it retreats desperately across the bridge. This hobgoblin also steps slightly forward to the entrance of the bridge, raises its bow, and now takes a shot at the ogre, recognizing it as definitely the largest threat on the battlefield. But the arrow is unable to penetrate the thick hide, and Naira, you're up.
Naira very quickly runs over here and casts Cure Wounds on her brother. So, Nick, get up!
Again.
I'm nothing if not consistent.
Oh, well, shit.
Sit.
This could have been better. And then she's gonna continue running around till she's over here.
Okay. Uther, you're up. Next, you're on deck.
Going to turn to this makes it interesting. I'm gonna take a few steps and burn 15 feet to move right here. And then I'm going to turn to the nearest wolf and go run away. And I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers.
Okay, a wisdom saving throw. It's great at those. And fails, taking 9 damage. Okay. Yeah.
And runs its speed away from me.
Right.
So it's gonna take an attack of opportunity.
It will take 2 potentially.
15,
Oh,
20,
yeah.
25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Yeah, it
Get that far.
it starts to run, and Lorium, technically Nyx, you're going to be attacking at disadvantage because you're prone, but you also do get the opportunity attack. Naira and the ogre all swing at it.
Would I get advantage for being next to the ogre?
Yes, you are flanking technically, so.
So the ogre gets advantage.
Am I?
Oh my god!
Naira to use her advantage.
Am I flanking with it as well?
Actually, yes, as it passes you, you would be flanking with the ogre, so you would also get it.
I don't think it would have
I
mattered,
don't
but
think it gets that. To be completely honest.
Oh my god, no!
Got a nat 20.
Well, no, roll your damage, because so far it's taken 11 and 14, 25, so it is actually still just up.
Oh my god.
These things are tough. But Naira, you get to roll your critical hit. And that is more than enough to finish it off as it's kind of reeling from these blows.
He'll just look
Do I
just
get-
Yeah, you are flanking with it, and it's once per turn.
Oh, well,
just
Well,
shit
fine.
skittles. Funny numbers.
So yeah.
I still put it straight to its eye.
Yep. As it's kind of just stumbling forward, its head is down low, and
Lorian will look at both Naira and the ogre and just say, "Good fucking hit."
And then I'll go ahead and end my turn.
okay, Nyx, you're up. Well, technically you're still prone, but it's your go.
am I allowed to just stay here the rest of the fight under Gloria?
Yeah. Technically, you could just stay prone.
No, if I move one space below where I am now, would I be flanking with Naira?
Yes, because you can draw like from the corner of your square to the corner of her square directly through their center. So yes.
Alright, then I'm going to attack the dire wolf with my short sword, and I'm going to use my critspiration.
Okay. So, yep, that is your nat 20. Roll your critical hit damage with sneak attack.
Oh, then I guess it wouldn't have mattered for me to have the flanking.
That's all that counts.
Well, now so will she if it is still up.
One second.
One.
I knew someone was gonna do it. It took great effort for it to not be me.
I kind of knew it was gonna be cold too.
Why? Why? Why do you think this way of me?
Oh God.
Oof.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow. So that is 29? Ouch. Okay, yeah, your sword just slices deep into its throat, drawing this vast gout of blood as it yelps in pain. But it is still on its feet.
I am going to bonus action, disengage,
Yeah.
and move away.
Okay. You've got 10 feet of move left. Okay. The direwolf now, thoroughly injured, confronted by two opportunities. Lorium, call odds or evens.
Odds.
Lord and Cole.
It is going to attack you, Lorium. Or it's going to try anyway, as its teeth seek you out.
That just hits.
18, okay.
You said that was the hobgoblin?
No, that's the wolf.
Oh, okay.
So I also need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Yes, sir.
After taking 10 points of damage. Or 5 with your temporary hit points.
Ooh.
Oh, yes, and you contemptuously wrench your arm free as it tries to drag you down.
So as it bites into his arm, of course, knowing Lorium, you know what's coming next.
Ah, yes,
He
the
just gives
flames.
a big old grin, and the wolf needs to make his dexterity saving throw.
It's actually not bad at these.
It makes it. Still takes 10 damage.
Oof.
Oh wait, no, sorry. It takes garbage triple threes.
Okay.
Hurry.
Wondering. As, of course, his cloak, his eye, and his horns all in flame. Purple flame.
He's more.
Purple flame, purple flame.
Okay. This goblin that was across the bridge kind of takes up position by one of the posts, raises its bow, and is going to take a pot shot at 1, 2, 3. Oh, it counts for 2, I think. So 4, 5, 6. At you, Wonder.
Oh.
That comes nowhere close to hitting. Lorium, you're up.
Alright, yep. Swing at the hobgoblin rider, actually.
Okay. Roll your attack with advantage because you're flanking with Naira.
Yes. Almost.
That certainly hits.
Oh!
Yeah.
You end him rightly, sir.
As he says to the ogre,
I don't know if you can understand me, but if you don't hit us, we won't hit you.
Again.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to know that was
does
us.
he know that Uther did it? I don't know. He was around a bunch of people.
Yeah, I said no.
This goblin scurries backward, short bow raised, and in response to a bark from this hobgoblin, spins and will try its luck with a shot, seeming to be aiming at the ogre. And actually hitting.
Good. Draw the attention over there. Man, that roll to hit was your roll of damage.
Okay. And up next is indeed the ogre, who is going to make an intelligence saving throw, which it's great at. But it was just attacked, so we'll do it with advantage.
-3.
And yeah, these beady, angry red eyes kind of glare at all of you with incomprehension. But then this little arrow kind of roars and thunders forward toward this hobgoblin, raising its club.
Yes, meat shield, yes.
Striking true, just like it raises its hand to try and block the blow, and the club just smashes straight through, crushing the hobgoblin into the dirt, and leaving just this cut off like what sound as it is smashed to the ground. Wanderer, you're up.
Yep. I'm gonna move the spiritual weapon to be next to the dire wolf.
Okay.
Preferably like right here in the bottom right corner of the top dead one.
Oh, okay.
Then I'll try to hit that dire wolf. Ah, yes.
Oop.
10.
Unfortunately, nope. Swings wide.
And then I'm gonna go right here. And I suppose I'll try to. Yeah, I'll second flame this goblin.
Your cursor is way off. Which
Is it
so?
not working? I'm doing the one on the bridge.
Okay.
One closest to me on the bridge.
Okay. Cool.
I don't know why the cursor's not.
Yeah. No, it's been really bizarre for me. So it needs to make a dex saving throw.
Yeah, DC 15.
Okay. That's a fail. Roll your damage.
Big two.
Okay, it's still up, but certainly looking a little crispy.
So that's action, bonus action. I think that's it.
Yep, that's your turn. Okay. This goblin that was on the bridge scrambles around, taking up position behind one of the posts that had been jammed into the ground on the far side, and will also take a shot. This one also aiming at the ogre. None of them are seeming to fancy the idea of this thing stomping across the bridge toward them. Hits. Dealing another 5 points of damage. As the ogre is just bellowing this raw, primal rage. The hobgoblin that would have been next, it just got pasted by the ogre, so Naira, you're up.
I am going to poke this dire wolf with my rapier. I'm flanking, right?
Yes, you are. So yeah, you roll with advantage. Yes, you certainly
see that.
hit. Yeah, absolutely, that is a hit. Ooh, nice. Plus sneak attack.
And
Yeah.
I know I don't know how to add it at the same time yet. So
Oh, yeah, it's cool.
no, it's
teach it
fine.
to me at some point. 15.
15. Okay, yeah, your rapier bites in deep, sinking in. You feel it hit something that feels quite vital inside, and as you withdraw it, there's another gout of blood. It is still on its feet, but it is looking incredibly unhealthy. You do still have a move and a bonus.
Oh, and I'm just covered in viscera.
She's a killer.
Queen. Dressed like in a magazine. And, well, you are. She is actually also carrying dynamite.
What about a laser beam?
No,
That's Uther.
Later.
So is that your turn? Uther, you're up.
I'm gonna stay there. Give advantage to someone else.
Going to see the one on the bridge. Be like, point my stick at him. Yes, hurry, get your compatriots. We'll run away. We'll be super frightened. Does that make my attack?
15 actually hits.
Oh, it does.
It does. It has an armor class of 15, so go ahead and roll your damage.
Hey, look at that. Look at that. Ah,
This is an amazingly durable goblin, having been battered by several spells and blows, is still apparently on its feet. Definitely not looking happy, but still there, still soldiering on. Nyx, you're up. Oh, unless there's anything else you want to do in your turn, Uther. Yep. Okay.
All right. Nyx is going to pull out his short bow and stride up over to just north of Wander.
Okay.
Fucking tool. And he's gonna pull out. I think we made 3, so I'm gonna pull out one of the fire arrow things, and I just wanna test it out and see if it works. And he'll bring the arrow through the flame, and I'll attack this goblin on the bridge.
Okay.
And I will.
Yeah, it's close enough that you won't have to worry about disadvantage. Normal range on a short bow is 80 feet, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So 40 feet will be the short range with fire arrows. So it's 35, so you're good for now. I just realized I think I misspoke earlier when I said what the effective range would be. But it's effective. It's essentially halved.
I'm trying to decide if I want to take steady aim and roll with advantage or use my bardic inspiration.
You couldn't use steady aim because you've moved this turn.
Oh, that's a good point. Decision made! I guess I don't need to
20. Yeah, no, you're good there. As the little goblin that could no longer can, as reeling from the Eldritch Blast, it comes back up, raises its bow just in time for your arrow. Take it straight in the face, and down it goes.
And then with his bonus action, he'll down the potion of healing.
Okay. Lorium and Naira, you have both hurt this wolf, so Naira this time, odds or evens?
Evens?
It's going for Lorium again.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even do the fucking damage earlier. Let me do that. No, get fucked.
Yeah, once again, your stalwart shield, battered and bruised by the many adventures you have been on this in the last few weeks, fends it off, and that is its turn. Another of the goblins on the far side is going to try its luck with its short bow again. This time, once again, at you, Nyx, having seen you just down its compatriot. But no, the arrow flies very high and very wide. Lorium, you're up.
Right. He's just taking both hands and bringing it straight down on the wolfie's around his neck.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attack, sir.
Advantage. Don't fuck me. Thank you. 10 damage.
Yeah, with the blows that have already been struck upon it, that you are able to get a mortal wound and bring it down.
Yes. And then with his movement, 10, 15, 20, 25,
30, kind of giving a wide berth to the ogre just in case. Oh, I should have traced that. Yeah, he went.
No, yeah, I can see the route that you would have taken. You're good.
Okay. Yeah, he would just point to the goblin at the end of the bridge and just say, "That fucker hurt you. Are you gonna take that?" And that's the turn.
The ogre is in a just rampaging, frothing rage, and so as angry as it is at its companion or at its former accomplices, you are all definitely the closer targets. So it will be making another intelligence saving throw to try and kind of basically parse out what is happening and who its enemies truly are.
Okay.
However, it will once again do so with advantage, having been hurt by them and not by you. But as you speak to it, you see these beady little red eyes kind of focus on you.
As long as it's me.
And it steps forward, club upraised.
Yep. As he sees the club raised over his head, he says, "Oh, you're gonna regret that."
As it smashes down into you for 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yes, sir.
And that is its go. Wander, you're up.
Alright. Well, first Warner's gonna move the spiritual weapon to be like here.
Okay, I will move it for you.
Then he'll hit him.
Roll your attack.
Yeah. Hey.
That still hits.
Let's go. Sack of meat. 10 damage.
Very nice. Bellows in pain as the spiritual weapon bites deep. You've still got your move and your action.
And then I will move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll move to be right here.
Okay.
And actually, before I do, I will use my action to cast Cure Wounds on Nix.
Okay. Before you move from there. So go ahead and roll your Q.
If I do the damage, will it give me what I need?
Should do, yeah.
Alright. The duality of healing and damage. 10 HP to Nix.
And that being the end of the second round since the horn was blown, everybody go ahead and make me perception checks.
Yes.
Yes!
Wait, not yes.
Oh my goodness!
Like, fuck, this ogre's attacking us.
I mean, that kind of makes sense.
No, just give me a
Yeah.
minute. I can down it.
But despite the distractions, you Wander and you Nyx see stomping forward from the trees to the north another massive figure surrounded by several more smaller hobgoblins that are flanking it on either side, shouting in their tongue, apparently urging it forward.
We're probably gonna get to be able to rest before they invade, right?
Well, I think we had a couple of days, so I
Yeah,
think
we'll probably be.
That was an
think we'll-
estimation. Yeah, that was an estimation.
We think we do.
From a half orc.
Yeah.
this is why we have to blow up the bridge.
Instructions.
Now would be a great time to place that bomb.
Would it be?
And the one of the goblins on the northern side kind of looks back, sees these, and you see this look of relief on its face as it raises its short bow and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 looses a bolt, looses an arrow at you, Lorium. Ooh.
Does he have any type of disadvantage or cover from the ogre and me?
Actually, well, you would have covers, which would be a +4. So does a 23 hit if you put a
that's
+4?
not it.
Oh, okay. Wow. Holy crap. Okay, then, yeah. So, with all of the rope...
Wait. Sorry. 22. Yep, it hits.
Okay. So, yeah, the arrow actually is able to still find its way through all the woodwork for 6 points of damage.
Literally.
Good call,
goes
though.
But no, yeah, thank you. Naira, you're up.
Naira is gonna move there
Okay.
and attack with.
Lauren is thinking of preparing a spell that would come in handy for this.
That certainly hits. And you do get your sneak attack, of course.
Not great, but
9
not terrible.
points.
9
Okay.
points of damage.
Yeah, it's downable.
This new squad that has arrived on the northern side seems to begin to spread out 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, rushing toward the northern end of the bridge. Oh, sorry,
So at
Uther.
this point, those of us who failed have seen them now.
Yes. Now that they are kind of moving out into the open, so you are all now aware of these new arrivals. Uther, you're up.
Naira will have called out, "Ooh, there's a bomb!"
So I've got the bomb. I thought you had the bomb.
I thought it was too heavy for me.
That's true, actually. It probably would have been. So, yeah. Uther, you were the one that it was given to, so we'll say that you're carrying it at the moment.
All right. Well, then I'll do my run 30 to there, and then 40, 45, 50, 55.
As you move out, you are going to take an opportunity attack from the ogre.
Let's do it.
Unless you position it in a way where you didn't, but hey, it doesn't matter.
But no, it is surrounded by enemies, and in its confusion, is unable to land a hit.
And then everybody needs to run the fuck away.
Is there? So that's my action to dash it. I'm just wondering, since this is barrel, can I just like?
Oh, you can, yeah. Like it's kind of strapped to your, it's sort of strapped to your back with a rope that you had rigged up around it, so you can just kind of like doff that onto the planks of the bridge as a free action.
As my bonus, could I try and just like yeet it with the string into the middle of the bridge a bit more?
You can put it 5 feet in front of you, but any more than that, it would be an action to actually try and like throw it.
I'll put it 5 feet in front of me.
Okay, so yeah, it is in.
Next to this dead one on the bridge.
Yes. One moment, I'm just gonna pop it down for you. Boop.
And that's all I got from it.
Okay. Another of the hobgoblins comes running out of the trees.
Methinks they're all just going to attack at range anyway.
Nyx, you're up.
It's a problem.
Right?
Methinks ogre not problem.
Nyx is gonna move up 15 feet. To in front of his sister, and then he's gonna draw out his short sword and attack the ogre.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attacks. With advantage from flanking, of course. $15 hits.
Yay!
Luckily, ogres aren't hard to hit.
Yeah. There's big old bags of hit points. Oof. Yeah, your sword bites deep, and it lets out this bellow of pain as you strike into where the kidney would be on a human. It is still up, but you can all see it is on its very last legs. And actually, above the table, if you hover over it, you can see its health bar, correct?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Nyx is going to take the bonus action to disengage, and then he's going to move back by the flare. Check one thing. 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay. Nyx is going to take position by the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And just say, Uther, get out of there, I can set it off.
Okay, that's your turn. This goblin takes a plink with its short bow at you, Uther, you being the closest. Oof. 19. 6 points damage. That hobgoblin's rushing forward. The ogre that has appeared, the second ogre that has appeared on the far side, lumbers forward. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Making a beeline for the entrance to the bridge. Yeah, it's 8 feet. Cool.
I want him to get on it first.
Its club upraised, bellowing angrily as it charges. As more of its accomplices rush forward with it. Some of them you can see do have their bows up. However, the 3 that are closest to the ogre are wielding swords and shields. Lorium, you're up.
Alright, yep. He's totally gonna regret it. And he's going to make a swipe at its neck.
Roll with advantage from flanking.
Yay. For 12 damage.
12, okay. That is enough, sir. How do you end it?
Yep, as it came down to hit him on the... I would like to believe he tried to block it, but just failed miserably. Everybody else starts stabbing it. He's just fucking reaching up and swiping at its neck past his shield.
Okay, yeah, your sword carves upward past its club, over its arm, gashes open its neck, and yeah, as it's kind of reeling back from all of these other wounds, blood flows down this massive slab of muscled chest. And it kind of falls to its knees, and then boom, with this thunderous shake, collapses finally to the ground.
And he'll just say, alright, if you're sure, lead him this way.
And he'll take a few steps back.
Okay, the last of the hobgoblins advances on the far side of the bridge. Wander, you're up.
He stepped away for a second.
Ah.
Oh, did he? Oh, yeah, he did.
Okay. So we'll drop him back into... we'll let him go when he gets back, just so he doesn't hold the encounter too much. This goblin is going to take... the second goblin on the far side is going to take another shortbow shot at you, Uther. But you will contemptuously dodge aside. Naira.
Having heard the change in plan, I will
You can take a pot shot if you want before.
No, I've got a hand crossbow. That would put me in.
Okay. Do you want to do anything else in your turn?
Wait,
Yeah,
Jason,
she'll, yeah, I was supposed to be the one who set off the bomb.
Oh, then Nix didn't say that. Go ahead.
Yeah, yours was just in case she couldn't.
Sorry.
No,
I
we
thought,
don't
I
have
thought
contact
since
back.
Uther had the... No, please go ahead and do the action.
No, it's fine. It's really fine. You said it. It's fine. So yeah, we moved back, and she'll just be like, "Run."
Well, one of the hobgoblins that has arrived advances swiftly.
Well, Tyler's back now. If that changes anything.
Well, okay, yeah. So, Wander,
Sorry,
you
I
can
got
go.
late for something.
No, you're good.
What?
So yeah, you go. We skipped over you in the initiative order because you were AFK. But so if you go now, it won't affect the initiative order.
Awesome. In that case, I guess I'll just sacred flame this hobgoblin on the bridge.
Okay.
So I need a dex save.
And then fucking run.
Yeah.
Yeah, it fails. Roll your damage. 6 points. Okay, not bad at all. Yeah, no. It kind of snarls in pain and skids to a halt with its shield up as it takes the damage.
Good. And now I'm gonna move over here.
Okay.
For funsies, I'm gonna move my spiritual weapon 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll be right here in the bottom right corner at the beginning of the bridge.
Okay. Like right here?
Where'd you go?
Right here. At the beginning of the bridge, bottom right corner, right? Oh, was it under the bridge for you guys? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's Foundry being weird. So okay, yeah.
Okay, awesome.
It's one over to the left.
Yeah, that's good.
Cool. Okay, Uther.
Uther would turn, see the hobgoblin, flip him the double bird, and go, "Well, I don't think you'll ever be able to catch me," as I run away, as I'll smile and then run as fast as I can. And I'll
Okay.
dash.
Okay, yeah. You are definitely able to do that. Another of the hobgoblins. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Charges forward onto the bridge. Nix, you're up.
Nix will use his bonus action to... Nope, he won't. Nix is going to take an arrow and shoot it at the barrel.
Okay. Roll your attack.
You could move.
I'm gonna go ahead and say, give me an intelligence saving throw.
You could do fun things. You could even hold action.
Well, no, I know that, but you said that if I shoot it more than a certain amount, 30 feet, that it's with disadvantage. And
Yeah,
it's-
but I mean, still go ahead and give me that intelligence check.
I'm okay with taking a hit. It's gonna hurt, but
I mean,
you're ready to pick me up.
Well, okay. Sorry, because I know there's a holding in action, but isn't there a way to hold your turn? Or am I making that up?
not by roll. that like I'm comfortable with you saying I will voluntarily fall in the initiative order. If you guys want that to be a thing that is available.
Voluntarily falling down in the initiative?
In this case though, like you did declare the action, so give me an intelligence check to basically think better of it. Otherwise, you did declare it. Okay. In this case, I will allow you to say that you think better of it. But yeah, like when you declare an action, that is what you are doing. So in this case, I will allow you to think better of it, and you can hold your initiative instead.
Are you talking, Nick?
No, I'm thinking. I'm sorry.
I can take 50 fire damage, it's perfectly fine. I don't know if you can.
I'm gonna need to push you for a decision.
Nix is just. I'm gonna run, I guess.
Okay.
You're lighting the arrow first, or
Yeah.
just running?
As I go, I'll light the arrow.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you do that as a free action as part of your move.
Because he's saying you could go after me if you wanted to, or you could just straight go.
Well, I know, but I'm guessing I wouldn't have time to like when I hit it, will it instantly explode and I'll have time to move out of the way, or will it just go off?
We don't know. Funsies.
Like, you're shooting a lit flame at a bomb, my guy. There's no telling exactly what's gonna happen.
Do it.
Then I'll take my bonus action to move a little further away.
Okay. Okay, and you do still have your action?
And this will be at disadvantage, right?
Yes, if you're going to fire now. You hit. Roll damage. That is enough. You loose your arrow. It hisses forward, trailing fire, and with a thunderous boom, a great fireball engulfs the bridge, boiling out over the hobgoblins, and unfortunately also encompassing the two closest members of your party. Lorium and Wander, I need both of you to make me dexterity saving throws, please.
Oh yeah, gladly.
This is our thing. It's easy peasy.
Easy.
Nice. Big number.
Unfortunately, it was DC 18, which you both fail.
That makes sense. We are murdered instantly.
Lorium is just smiling at you heavily.
And you both take 38 points of fire and bludgeoning damage. Not each, it's like half and half. As this concussion wave of flame and debris slams into you both. The two hobgoblins.
Lorium takes half damage from fire, but he only has 19 HP anyway, so...
So you are unconscious.
I have 1 HP. You saw him smiling at you as he just...
He's just like, I'm so proud.
All of the wood bits of Wanda are fucking incinerated. He falls to the ground crippled.
As the smoke and fumes clear, you see the bridge has been thoroughly destroyed.
But that is cool, by the way. That is fucking awesome.
Thank you.
We love dynamic environment.
These two goblins, even with saves, were absolutely deleted. The ogre on the far side, kind of being just out of the blast radius, threw its arms up, and now, realizing that it is cut off from you, you see it roar in frustration. Its club held in its hand, the hobgoblins around it, like one of them with a bow in its hand, but is just staring agog at the devastation that has been wrought in front of it, and is going to lose its initiative. The ogre, unable to act, is also simply going to stand there for a moment. Lorium, I need you to make a death saving throw, please.
Yes. Let's see, how do I make this? Oh, right there. Not 20. No, not 1. Almost.
Oh, that is a fail, though. As, Lorium, who has been thrown onto his back by this, kind of goes, and a little bit of blood kind of spurts up.
He's still smiling.
Wander, with your 1 HP, you are up.
His torso will kind of collapse on itself, and the lower part of his chest will kind of slam into the inner area, and he'll walk over to Lorium, very god fucking measuring tool, and he'll cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level on Lorium.
Go ahead and roll your heals.
There we go. Perhaps. Yeah, perhaps.
12 points, okay. Lorium, you are back awake. As the last thing you remember just being this onrushing tide of fire and fury.
He fucking lives for it.
Naira, top of the round, you're up.
He looks at Wander and says, "Thank you, buddy." That work was fucking awesome.
Looks like he tries to give you a thumbs up, but the thumb's just gone.
Naira's gonna run forward. Oh my goodness. Who looks like they need more help at this point? Yeah, but yeah, I do. I'm gonna cure wounds on Wander.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Tyler. Did you say you were doing anything else, by the way?
Yeah.
I was gonna move, but then I thought better of it. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
He's so fucked up right now, you can barely think.
I can't really help, but I'll try.
A bit of the wood regrows in his stomach area.
Yep.
Like Groot, like baby Groot.
Uther, you're up.
Come on, if we,
Oh, sorry.
I'll say, come on, if we get away, I can do more. That's it. That just
Okay.
suggesting we should hang out by the river.
Uther, you're up.
I don't know.
I don't know, might be fun.
I'll just say, what do you think, hero? Are we good? We can leave this one with a
respond with, "Yeah, sure, go ahead."
Take that.
Yes.
Maybe.
Who?
15 hit the ogre.
15 hits, yeah. They're not hard. Or, 14 as well. They are not hard to hit.
Hey. Just another from my stick pistol.
Yeah, it seems more enraged than anything by this blow. It being unable to do anything to retaliate, it's like roaring at you. Nyx, you're up.
Nyx is just gonna go on the other side of Wander and take the dodge action and just cover Wander's retreat.
You dodge and the attack hits one.
Okay, you do still have your action and bonus if you want to do anything.
The dodge action was my action.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry, I missed that bit. Okay, cool. That's your go. Well, one of the hobgoblins, the hobgoblin holding the bow, seems to recover itself a little and actually does raise it, snarling something in the goblinoid tongue, and actually will shoot at you, Nyx, with disadvantage from your dodge. And yeah, you are easily able to duck aside and the arrow sails over. The ogre also lumbers forward to the edge of this of where this bridge used to span the river, snarling angrily, and is actually just in sheer frustration just kind of tears one of the posts out of the ground and hurls it over at you. It's going to take up. It's roll it there, attack, but doing so at disadvantage. Does a 17 hit, Nyx?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no, incoming architecture.
As this great just beam of wood slams into you. For 14 points of damage.
More dangerous at distance than up close. Who would have known?
While the other two hobgoblins move forward, both of them again, just kind of seeming to be at a loss as to what precisely to do at this point. Lorium, you're up.
Alright. Now, could I do this? Would you allow me using action, move, bonus, everything to grab both? Nyx is small, but Wander as well.
Give me a strength check at advantage because they're not trying to resist you at all. No, you are just still battered and woozy and bruised. You stand and you know before, just as you kind of try and go to reach out, you are not nearly kind of firm enough on your feet at this moment in time to drag them with you. You can still use half your move though.
Can I take Nyx?
Nyx will be fine. Nyx.
No, I'm gonna say with an 8, you're not capable of grabbing anyone right now.
That's fine. He would just laugh, still laughing to say you're fucking heavy.
Wander tries to respond. It's just horrible metal screeching noises.
And that is his turn. Actually, would you allow, if he knows he can't do that, would you allow one action?
Yeah, go on, why not?
Okay. Fucking Wander, you restore 10 HP as he just places his hand on you.
The hand that cannot gain a purchase instead lights with purple flame.
Yes, lay on hands.
Hell yeah. The stomach is back. You can.
Wander, your turn.
I'm captain, which is just an absolute soldier for standing there guarding the bridge. It's gonna float 1, 2, 3, 4. It's gonna float to be alright, we're gonna do the old wander tech here. It's gonna float to be right here.
Okay.
And Wander's gonna move back to his space, because fuck floating.
Whoa, he can dash.
Yeah, it's amazing. He moves so fast. And instead of doing the normal sword stance, it suddenly like seems to like grow vertical very quickly and then turn horizontal as if it's balancing on something and point at the ogre.
Okay. You do still have your move. Well, technically your move and your action. Mhm.
Yeah, I should probably. Well, I use Cure Wounds on Nick, so I should
Oh,
probably-
right, of course.
1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, next. Actually, I'll move to be right here.
Okay. Coming back around to the top of the round, Naira, it's going to be Naira, Uther, and Nyx. At this point, are you guys simply withdrawing, or are you going to continue to engage across the river?
I am not going to do either of those things, because I'm the healthiest of us, and I'm concerned that other people aren't going to be. So I am likely going to come over here and urge Nyx to run.
Okay. Are you going to like hold an action to dash after him if he moves, or anything like that?
Yes, if
Yep.
I can. I thought you couldn't do that because I already moved.
No, yeah, you've moved, but then you've got you can hold your action, so you're not holding your initiative. So you would get to use your you can hold an action, and in this case, your action would be to dash if he moves. So Uther, you're up.
Just going to look across the bridge. Send another one.
Send it.
Another one.
17 hits. I assume it's at the ogre.
Yes.
Okay.
Why not?
Oh,
Tickle it.
chip damage.
Yeah, again, it's just like it's like just sparking off its thick leathery hide, and it's just roaring and raging at the opposite end.
This big, he can swim.
Yep, and that's where I'll just end my turn.
Okay.
My stick pistol. Let's move.
Nyx.
Well, like I was planning to do when I thought everybody was dashing away, I'm going to use my action, bonus action, and movement to move 90 feet off the map.
Okay. Naira, that triggers yours too. You can move south now as well. And at this point, just kind of out of combat, if you guys are all planning to just kind of retreat at this point, we can say that we'll drop out of initiative. Like the hobgoblins are sending a couple of little arrows after you, but you very rapidly move out of range as this other ogre is just standing there roaring and gnashing its teeth at you as you leave.
I'm just shooting off the dead.
Yeah.
The spiritual weapon is gonna float over and just continue to fight the ogre for like 30 seconds.
As you all leave the former site of the bridge crossing, leaving in your wake a good amount of corpses and a great deal of debris. And as you all regather where you left your mounts, recollect yourselves and reunite with the enthusiastic greeting of Valco, that is where we will end tonight's session. So I'm going to stop the recording. There.